When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
And the Go Free lesson of the day: California and anti-white math. Babies that aren't anti-white enough. Climate refugees. Sadiq Khan, NAACP and PTA leader in my own hometown. And South Africa. What do they all have in common? Probably something like VD in a cougar village. MP of the day: white erasure in South Africa isn't happening. It's a conspiracy, you see. We'll talk about it. Have you been vexed by the bib-wearing, drooling troglodytes who call you a cult member? We'll address. Joey Jordan and his crew mocking and attacking me by name, poisoning folks against going free. Is it time to fire back? I've got to fix that drawer. It's okay, campaign. The ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. We'll talk about it, and we'll be involved. Your comments and calls, and adult children out there with their parents. Two pickles fell out of a jar onto the floor. What did one say to the other? Well, probably the same thing that I say to all those who are jealous of us. Deal with it. And we are going free. It is great to see everybody. It's amazing that things are working. If you can hear me, let me know. If I'm coming through the proper mic, let me know. It is a wonderful Sunday evening, Monday morning. It is a warm July day here in Virginia. In fact, yesterday it was, wow, the temperature gauge stopped working outside. It was above 100 degrees here. That's 100 degrees, not the humidity included, not the net temperature, not the hygrometer arrived at temperature. That was just the temperature. So a sultry day yesterday, and another warm one today. But it is great to see everybody going free. I'm so excited with everything that is going so well. So many new folks coming to Going Free. Hey, we should be up and running on Entropy, and we are indeed. If you would like to make a financial gift over the course of this stream, you can do so over on Entropy. The URL is in the link below. You will find it there, and maybe even the moderators will make it available to you all at points over the course of the stream. I also want to say that you have an opportunity to financially gift over on Cash App. And you can make comments or questions with these financial gifts. And when you do, you go to the head of the line naturally. And you can do that on Cash App as well. The URL is in the description below as well. And it is at no cost to you. 15% over at Entropy. And it goes to the wonderful folks there for supporting free speech. We love them dearly. Thank you all so very much, everybody at Entropy. You may also write questions and comments over in the question widget on the Entropy system, also affectionately known as the Tall Kevin widget. And they do not scroll off there. They will not just simply disappear. And you have to delete them, or I have to delete them. Please tag me with your questions or comments over the course of the gathering. I want this to be as interactive as possible. I have DLive open. So to tag me, it is the @ no white guilt. I think on just all of these platforms, no white guilt. That way it'll light up for me and I'll be able to see you reaching out. I see over there on DLive, Popcorn Power and Odin. Is that Odin? No, it's Old Mother Earth. The screen over there is being blurry again. Space Hopper is over there. Althea is there. Hello to you. Can hear me. Sounds good. The mic. Thank you for the feedback. The mic must be working. Max Anderson is over there. Hello to you. Great to see you, brother. Promethean Healing. And thank you to everybody who showed up 45 minutes early for the music that we were playing everywhere, of course, but YouTube and Facebook, where you are punished severely for playing any music because they're completely fair on those platforms. Looks like over on Odysee, we have Euphemia. Hello to you, sweet sister. Willie is here. Great to see you over there on Odysee. Sir Real, nice name. Great to see you over there as well. And I will turn around here. It looks like we have no anonymous financial gifts to share this week. If you do want to financially gift with a cryptocurrency, you can go over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. Remember that every penny counts in service to white well-being. When you arrive there, you will see that we have a handful of different cryptocurrencies that you can use to financially gift, and there is also a snail mail address to use. And as I turn around here, I see the great Western Renaissance, and Coconut is with us. Lycomedies, so is the great Odin Sire, and of course Champions. Brant Danger and Roy Danton, great to see you, brother. And the great Raymond Van Busker. James is with us. Simon is with us. Hey, the great Jared George is with us. He says, good Sunday. We had a magnificent show. If you missed it yesterday, folks, please do watch Tap's episode yesterday. Also, we were celebrating WAC. So many magnificent heroes gathered there. These will be days that will definitely be reflected on and remembered. I see Rory is with us. Wonderful to see you, dear brother. Shauna Shaw. Hello, sister. Bonnie Blue Lass. Wonderful to see you, dear lady. The best and the best have shown up. Art Acrobats. Victory, welcome. Elaine Sabatino, hello to you. Weird internet guy, well, hello. It probably applies to a lot of us. Hello and welcome. Fornelius, the only one, which I've got to go back, and I sent the great Fornelius a message, so I've got to go see if the great Fornelius has responded. So many things going on. Does anybody notice that there is a giant sunflower in the room? Nobody noticed that yesterday when we were on tap, and also nobody noticed it. I think I was on with Tim Murdoch, the great Tim Murdoch. Of course, we had a magnificent discussion and we had a slew of news items. I'm going to just mention a few of them here today. We didn't get to them because we were talking about protecting the lives of participants, their identities, their ability to make income, their ability to find a quality mate, start and support a family, make magnificent memories for themselves, and at the same time be more productive for white well-being than they could have ever been anywhere else. So we had a long conversation about that. If you want to check that up, it's going to be Tim's latest show. And please, he's always, I don't know what it's restreaming. I don't know what it's called over there on DLive, but he does for the shows that he replays them or he plays them. He streams them at the same time, whatever this is called. Give Tim a round of applause, a big thank you for doing that. That's a wonderful thing. I don't exactly know everything that's going on over there on DLive because they've censored me. It's a mess, but I'm keeping an eye on it for anybody commenting. And Shauna Shaw says, I'm funny. Well, I appreciate that. Jay Link is here. Great to see you. The good news still rolling in like waves from the ocean, folks, about Dixie Fest and people coming to White Wellbeing. Nancy Drew is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. Imagine having something completely revolutionary, something completely brand new, and not just a rehashing of something old, and being able to go and speak to people and have them immediately say, well, at least the ones who are astute enough, of course, have them immediately say, yes, that's going to work. I'm going to be a part of that. How easy would it be for me? You all know this is true. If I wanted to be a self-aggrandizer, if what mattered to me was how bright you thought I was, or how many epic marches I could have, you know damn well and good that I could have the biggest marches ever if I went out there and just imitated something from the past. And we will turn this on to help me remember that this is a family gathering, Will of R is here. Great to see you. But why don't I do that? Well, because it's going to harm the lives of those who would participate, even though I would end up looking really good. Look what I did. But it would end up harming those who participate, harming the lives of those who care about them, harming the lives of those who depend on them. Isn't that what's really important? And bottom line, them becoming ineffectual, them being neutralized by the anti-white regime, isn't that the most harmful thing that you can conceive of? That these people can't go on for the decade after decade of their lives making a change in the world with the words that they use, the worldview that they have, that we provide here in Going Free, that then their children are imbued with, and they go out and proliferate. That is what we need to continue to be doing. And nothing will stop us. Not all the jealousy and envy in the world and all of the silly comments and all of the slanders. And we'll maybe talk about some of those. But we are going to, in just a moment, get right into the Going Free lesson of the day, which connects. You'll see in a moment. The great Heidi is here. Wonderful to see you, sweet sister. The Watcher. Welcome, welcome. White Rider. The one who provided the no white guilt masks. And guess what? If you still have to wear them, or you think maybe they're done, they'll never have to be worn again. In some places, they will have to be worn again. White Rider provided me with about a handful or two of those. And I think I will maybe auction them off from time to time over the next couple months to folks who might want them. And we'll see who can get in the quickest and who is willing to give an address to which I can send them. You're bound to have to wear them in government buildings. You're bound to have to wear them in banks and things of this nature. So if you're going to have to wear a mask in a place that's safe, it might as well say no white guilt. Be Vokish is here. Up with white people. Hey, guess what, folks? Eminent Rain is here. He was there yesterday, folks, sitting in his ride and had a great conversation. One of our truly greatest of greats. And they show up here, the best of the best. Eke Lux is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. Timmy is here. Great to see you. Tom is here. Elronder. Groundhog Fury is here, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, great to see you, brother. And that's one of the reasons why folks are so jealous of this community, and why a lot of these folks who have money more than I do, certainly, and can give away a little bit more, are beginning to take more and more notice of what we're doing, is because, number one, what we're pushing is now in society. They're now seeing it everywhere, and they're saying, wait a second, didn't I hear, several years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever, didn't I hear somebody pushing this? It's that guy. Oh yeah, there's a whole community of them now. And that's why it's everywhere I look now. Well, I think I'll look into that. It's that, of course, but it's also the fact that the best, the creme de la creme, is coming from all of these other white sympathetic groups and organizations, and they're coming to the great work we are doing here. Why? Because it is a work that exhibits, that projects who and what we truly are, the love that we feel in our hearts, and the fact that we are going to put an end to anti-whiteism, and nothing in the world is going to stop us. And all good people of all background and immutable characteristics will join us here in that effort. That day will come. We will see that day when we put an end to anti-whiteism. Great to see every single one of you. Why don't we jump into this, unless we have any immediate comments like Vigil. Hey, just popping in, working while listening. Brother, that is the kind of thing that I did for year after, and I still do, when I'm working in a way that I can have something on and I can just not screw up too badly at work. I've done that forever, especially in my blue-collar job. Maybe when driving the forklift, I probably shouldn't have done it a couple times. Been listening to podcasts and like, but hey, you only get to drive a forklift once. Well, all the years that you're working driving a forklift. Let's see. Shaggy says, good Sunday to you from Southern California. We're going to be talking about California. Thank you so much. And a big good Sunday to you from the once great state of Virginia, that we are definitely working on making great once again. We'll make it happen one way. Roy saying, nice sunflower, dear brother. Well, thank you so very much. How did it happen? Tim actually moved the slice of the video feed that I was sending him so that we could see that lovely flower in the back. Isn't it? It is a giant smile, isn't it? If you cannot love guns and roses, then you can never be a complete man. I guess we could say that for women too. You've got to be able to be into firearms and flowers, and that's going to be Axl Rose's new band. Keep an eye open. Firearms and Flowers, the geriatric edition. As I said, I saw the great Coconut is with us, and the Odin Sire. We're ready to roll, folks. Let's go ahead and have a little bit of fun, have some education, get excited, go free, become better examples and images of who we are, what we've become, and then what we can be. And let's be that. Let's be the men that we want our sons to be. Let's be the women that we want our daughters to be. You don't have to have led a perfect life, for God's sakes. You have to have a perfect objective. Let's take a look at this. You can, I mentioned the cryptocurrencies. Remember, Ethereum, Bitcoin, still great ways to contribute to white well-being. They haven't completely gone down the toilet yet. And we're going to jump right into, let's see. It was Bastille Day last week for our brothers and sisters in France. So bonne fête nationale to all of you for your Bastille Day. Let's go ahead and jump into California. If you wanted to jump anywhere, I don't know if it would necessarily be California. None of this is in order, of course. So California postpones what this author calls the new social justice math framework. So in other words, anti-white. Now, we all know that when it comes to basic mathematics, algebra, arithmetic, and really all the way up, where there can be word problems associated with the formulas that you then need to apply. Those word problems have been for many decades just surfeited, burdened with the anti-white verbiage, burdened with anti-white examples. It's always like the non-white child suffered 93 injustices over the course of the day, and and it's just ridiculous. You're like, what do you got to be joking. Sometimes I would get so angry I felt like I couldn't even do the test because I would read that garbage. But the anti-whites, that wasn't enough, just as many of us have been saying for a very long time. That was never going to be enough. They had to make math even more anti-white. Well, in California, they went for it, the anti-whites there. And for a brief moment in history, there was a pause on the effort. Make no mistake, this will end unless these people who are opposing what the anti-whites would like to do there with mathematics, unless they are empowered with the lexicon dialectics of going free, because we all know very well you cannot win in their story. You can complain, you can moan, you can cry a lot, you can say that you have more non-white friends than white friends, but it never does enough, does it? The California Board of Education voted unanimously to postpone a new mathematics framework that incorporates ethic and social justice studies. So anti-whiteism, after critics argued it would de-mathematize math. And then they were never allowed to use English again. The board postponed the mathematics curriculum. What a nonce word that was. Eurosphere is here. Masumi Rabbit, hello to you, welcome. And there's Althea. I thought Althea was over here. Maybe she's both places. Hello to you there as well, dear sister. What is going on with the phone? We've had some technical difficulties, but we will overcome, because we can always overcome. There's a lot of machinery, but there's nothing that can stop the white man. A lot of machinery having its hiccups. Let's read, folks. A document guiding how teachers should implement state's math standards during its July 13 meeting, following a letter signed by 468 higher educators and business leaders in the fields of science, mathematics, engineering, and technology. Quote, California is on the verge of politicizing K-12 math in a potentially disastrous way. Yeah, you think? Folks, if you haven't had a look at this sort of thing, don't ask me, because, of course, as the owner of this channel, I don't know anything. I'm just telling you what other people say, and I'm always agreeing with the World Health Organization and CNN. But if you ask others out there, you will find that this new math that the anti-whites want to teach is a bit bizarre. It's like, well, you get into the math a little bit, and then you pause to say that, well, all answers can be right answers. Wrong answers are half right answers. And by the way, white people are evil. And by the way, non-white people invented math. And by the way, and that's the new mathematics. Check it out with CNN. Some of those, I should learn some of the names. I actually don't. Could you believe it? I should have shrines, veritable shrines. To the talking heads on CNN. I so worship them. This postponement means the state, well, could you imagine being a businessman? This is how this works. The businessman is thinking, and I mean, even if you're as anti-white as they come, right? You're still going to have to compete with China, Japan, India. You're still going to compete with all these different areas, right? So you're thinking, okay, all right, now little Johnny has learned in this new math in California, this new anti-white math, that'll be, of course, everywhere, that 2 plus 2 is 22. And 2 times 2 equals white people are racist. Yeah, I don't think they're going to make a great employee. I mean, it's kind of difficult. You know, Johnny becomes an adult and he goes to work for the police department maybe, and they're like, Johnny, what's the circumference of the victim's skull? Well, it's 21 point. Structural racism has made non-white people look bad, and it's all white people's fault. Thanks, Johnny. Evers criticized the proposed mathematics curriculum framework for including it into the curriculum aspects of social justice and racial equality, gone well beyond any. What a joke it is. Why don't they just call it being wonderful and baby kissing white people all over their body as they white erase us? Why don't they just call it that? A real champion of equality and justice would want all Californian children. I mean, do you see there right away? We're translating, right? We always translate when we're going free. This is a practice. It's not that hard. You know what I'm going to do, actually, for these people who are always complaining about, he's got new words over there. I'm gonna make it. Maybe I'll get on a whiteboard and I'm gonna write out, the ones that are used most often. And it's just a handful. It's like 10, and then say, look, if this is too hard for you, yes, you are in the learning disabled class. If this is too hard for you, really, I mean, why don't you just tell people that you are magnificently stupid? Like, well, he has 10 new words. You're simultaneously telling people your IQ there, 10. And so here you have the anti-whites, or people within the anti-white narrative, and they could be anti-white to various degrees, who knows? Or they may object to most anti-whiteism, but here you have them inside the anti-white narrative, inside their lexicon dialectics. And what does he say? But this, a real champion of equality and justice would want all California's children to learn actual math. And then this person, this cuck-servative, actually thinks that he can usurp the anti-white lexicon, that he can usurp their moral statements. He can hold them up as still moral, but I'm going to tell you a redefinition of it. You imbecile. You have never been able to do your whole life. I'm going to guess that this person is older than 3. And, back to the math here, that 3 years, older than 3 years old, and should have almost by that point been able to figure out that you are not going to be able to redefine anti-white terms for them. It never works. You cannot call rabid anti-whites racist. There's Republicans right now. Let's make sure this mic is still working, because I've been throwing electricity around, and that's just kind of thing that happens around here sometimes. There are Republicans out there who think that they can, like, there's one right now. I won't name the loser for his own good, but he thought that he could go out and say the Democrats are the racists. What a jackass, and an idiot too. I mean, his donkey is really dumb, but this guy is an absolute idiot to think that he's going to be able to call anti-whites who are more anti-white than even he is by their slanders. How old do you have to be? And that guy, I'll just say this, has gone through the highest echelon of the U.S. military, and this is how dumb he is. Why do these people vote for these idiots? I mean, is the qualifier for a position in Congress, in the House, or in the Senate, or in the presidency, that they have to drool? You have to see drool coming from their mouths, and then, yes, that's the person they're going to vote for. Somebody like me that would scare them to death, speaking reality. But somebody step up there as Boeotian as they can possibly be, right out of Mayberry moron, and come on, Opie, we're going to go and change that. Those are the real racists, champions for equality. They would want all the little students to have the right. Dummy, that's just pretext. Don't you understand? They don't care what you have to say. Those are just excuses to victimize white people. Non-white people are collateral damage, and to destroy our projection, which is Western civilization. The imbecile continues. Learn actual math, as in arithmetic, algebra, geometry, trigonometry, and calculus. Not an endless river of new pedagogical fads that effectively distort and displace actual math, he said, stupidly. The author didn't put that, but I added it because it's so true. He's going to throw in pedagogical fads, as though these things are just, they're going to come and go. You know, it's not really something that's been with me my whole life and all of us our whole lives. Yeah, it is. It's one of these efforts, again, by a conservative to try to play down how much offense he or she causes to the anti-whites, as though that's going to make it okay. All right. Is there more to read here? I don't think so. Let's keep rolling. That is the California mathematics. And you're going to see how this sort of thing begins to come together. We're going to jump on over to the babies who aren't anti-white enough. And I'm sure, I don't know if Tim is going to go back and cover these stories again. But if he does, you're going to get a better take, a more in-depth take of all of this. I'm just shooting through these stories. So please, he's the one who cherry-picked them. And if you want the in-depth takes, go to Tim Murdoch for that. Here we have, this is over on RT. And if CNN agrees, then I agree. The idea of racist babies, so babies who are not anti-white or anti-white enough, is a lucrative fantasy used to guilt trip white parents and will cause long-term damage to children. Well, you're close there, Frank, the author of the typist of this. You're close, but you would be a lot better if you, instead of guilt trip, you used white guilt, because they don't guilt trip, do they, Frank? There's only one group that they guilt, and it's white people. So it's called white guilting. It's a verb. White guilting. They white guilt us. White guilt us. You got it? And we don't use the anti-white terminology. When you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. So we don't say the anti-white word racist. These babies that aren't anti-white, parents are being bombarded by advice from race entrepreneurs. God, good grief. Good grief. I despise conservatives. Get your heads out of the sand. The sand. Get your heads out of the sand. Race entrepreneurs? No, they're anti-whites. Somebody needs to write Frank and tell him that they are anti-whites on how to ensure that toddlers aren't prejudiced. No, that, boy, we could just stop every line. But none of it is based on common sense and is thoroughly dangerous for kids' long-term development. Not kids, white children. White children. By the way, you're supposed to be an author. Use children. People use kids colloquially, but that is a baby animal. It is like baby goats, and those are kids. If you are an author, then at least use proper English. It is difficult to avoid the impression that increasingly the media discussion on race has acquired an obsessive fantasy-like character. Not fantasy at all. It's just purely anti-white, and they are mispretexting, moralizing, intellectualizing, sentimentalizing pretext to arrive at anti-white conclusions. It's okay to victimize white people in Western civilization because of these excuses. Now, Frank, you should understand. In recent weeks, numerous media outlets have held forth on the need to be alert to the racist attitudes of babies. Why is that not in quotes? Why is that he's legitimizing the word, the anti-white concept racist? The New York Times highlighted this issue when it featured a long essay by the journalist Moyer on the topic of how to make sure that your baby is not anti-white. Is I guess the inverse of that your baby is anti-white enough. Moyer wants everybody to understand and to implement strategies to ensure that your white baby and all of the other babies as well are anti-white enough. That's what she wants. Thank you for telling us that you're anti-white, Moyer. This is certainly not the first time that I have come across attempts to create a moral panic about the threat posed by racist babies. That he puts in quotes, though, not just the word concept racist. As though the word racist, the concept racist, is somehow real, but racist babies is not real. I mean, does he like take out a bowl in the morning to make some cereal and pours the cereal in the bowl and then pours the milk on the floor? What's going on in this guy's mind? I still remember feeling a sense of shock. He was shocked when I read an article titled Nursery Alert for Racist Toddlers on the BBC News website back in 2008. Do you see how Frankie baby is doing his best to skirt away from the victim here? Not talking about the victim. How much do you want to bet? Male Feelings is with us. How much do you want to bet male feelings? And there's sweet Carlisle, sweet lady. Hello and welcome to you. Great to see you with us today. How much do you want to bet that if the regime, the school board, the whatever it is, were targeting, I don't know, Arab children, how much do you want to bet that Frankie baby here would have no problem talking about how dare they do this to Arab babies? But when it comes to white babies, the conservative Frankie baby, he's got a problem with mentioning the victim. He's doing everything he can to skirt away from it. I'm getting into the minutia as there is an overarching narrative arc here. Look for it as we go through these stories. On the BBC back in 2008, at that time, a UK government-sponsored agency published a report that insisted that nursery workers had to be, quote, alert for racist remarks among toddlers. Dun, dun, dun. The 336-page report. Wow. If these people aren't garrulous, how many times can you write that they hate white people over and over? Talk about a Stephen King novel. You know, lobotomized anti-whites typing away. Hate white people, hate white people. Young Children and Racial Justice stated that, quote, staff should investigate the reasons behind apparent racial prejudice, close quote. On inspection, I really thought when I was 11 and I was in junior high school, you could read about it in Crucible, and you better read about it in Crucible because it's your story as well. I can remember when these peers and when the adults, when they were like, oh, you're sounding like and then they would fill in some villain character. And I'm like, every time I was like, I'm 11. I've only been alive 11 years. How can I be those things? Well, apparently, according to anti-whites, and you follow this arc, folks, it's from birth. You come out with a little gray uniform on. That's just the way it works in the anti-white narrative. Already dressed, ready to walk around like waterfowl. I mean, talk about, wow, that kid's already walking. Cut the umbilical cord. He's got to drag his mother down the hallway. On inspection, it became evident that the authors of the report had a rather surreal definition of the kind of racial prejudice possessed by toddlers. It warned a child may react negatively to a culinary tradition. Yeah, I had I had a lot of non-white friends growing up, lived in Northern Virginia, and there were a lot of people from every place on planet Earth. And some of them were great people. Some of them, those places spit out their sewers right here in the United States. And those were the ones the anti-whites really wanted. The anti-whites, the really good people that are non-white, they're iffy on that. But the real villains, they love those folks. And let me tell you what, I ate a lot of foreign foods, and there were more than a few that I said, oh my God, no, thank you. No, where is your bathroom? I have to throw up. So could you imagine, the toddler's there, he's like cinching up his diaper, He's complaining that the worker there didn't get his the daycare worker didn't get the diaper on properly. Can't show off his rear the way he'd like to in his Huggies, and he's thinking, "You want me to eat slugs? Slugs? No, that smells." And they're going to say, "Wow, evidence of Hitler-esque inclination." Child may react negatively to culinary tradition. That baby marching down the hallway is still in my head. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get rid of that the entire gathering, folks. I'm sorry. What a vision that was. A negative reaction to a culinary tradition other than their own by saying, quote, "Yuck," and added that this may indicate a lack of familiarity. Oh, so they're going to give them a little bit of a way out if they're non-white. You know, if it's a little cute Asian baby that looks at, say, the food from, say, Black culture, and the little Asian babies, well, then they've given them a way out. If it's a little white baby, then it's going to be the gallows. And added that this might indicate a lack of familiarity with a particular food, or, quote, more seriously, a reaction to a food associated with people from a particular ethnic or cultural community. And this is dripping with the horror of toddler armies on the march, and probably would be at least interesting. At least interesting. The other ones, nah, not so much. The other kind of big marches and that not so interesting. Kind of brown pants, not so interesting. But a toddler army, now we're talking. That would get some attention. I'm not sure what the planet the authors of the report came from. Oh, Frank. But on planet Earth, but golly jeepers, on planet Earth, we would be difficult to meet a parent who did not hear a toddler yell yuck. All right. Diagnosing the culinary taste of toddlers says more about the state of mind of the race industry, Jeez, Frank. Than about the supposed attitudes of very young children. Toddler army on the march. You just wait. The anti-whites, they are sounding the warning. This is like, for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee, because the toddler army is ready to march. And the anti-whites are on top of it. Wow, they are some smart folks. Now we're going to jump over to London. We went from California to I think that was New York and the UK. And now we are down in London. Sadiq Khan says new statue of activist who beheaded white colonizers. Well, what is this? It's some site called Blacklisted. Does that mean that they are radically anti-white, mildly anti-white? Why would you call white people by what you know is a anti-white slur here? Beheaded white colonizers in front of their children. How about white people who brought medicine and protracted the lives of everywhere they went by, you think about like infant mortality, and you just look up the numbers, how far infant mortality fell in every single country where white people showed up. I wonder how many people want to keep their babies alive. I'm not talking about right now with white women and abortion. I'm talking about healthy people, and they probably want to keep their babies alive. Now, the white women in the white positive sphere, beyond health. But elsewhere, you know what I'm talking about. But typically, people want to keep their babies alive. So if squiggly, purpley green things came out of the sky and they said, oh, your baby has cancer and you don't know how to cure it, we'll fix it. I would be pretty happy with them. I wouldn't care. I wouldn't behead them. I would probably give them a big slimy bear hug. That's probably what I would do. So they beheaded the white colonizers in front of their children, So white people show up. I did not put this together. This is just happening like this because God loves us. I mean, we just have to admit it. That's why we keep winning. God obviously favors those who are going free. Let's just admit what is clearly the case. White colonizers. So the non-white people, where these white people showed up and they brought their medicine and they reduced infant mortality by, look up the numbers. I mean, it's just ungodly. And then in return, this Chimimwe, what was that guy's name anyhow? I got the notes somewhere. It's going to be in the story. We'll get to it. Chilimwe or something it was. Then they respond by giving the children of the people who brought the medicine the most gruesome and horrific thing that you could ever do to a child. Murder their parents in front of them. That is how they responded. And Sadiq Khan wants to honor this person by building a statue to him and erecting it in London, and probably because it's the only thing that Sadiq Khan can erect. And he calls it an achievement. It will reflect the London's achievements and diversity. Die is the key sounding element of the word. London Mayor Sadiq Khan defended for us. It's what he wants for us. Sadiq Khan defended the impending placement of a statue. Oh, here it is, of John Chilimwe, an anti-colonial. How about an anti-white, anti-colonial activist who ordered? How about a vicious, butchering, bestial anti-white SOB who ordered the decapitation of William Livingston in front of his children, and then displayed his head on a pike, saying it served to, quote, reflect London's achievements and diversity. This is what Sadiq Khan says. So what is Sadiq Khan? He is anti-white. His race doesn't matter. His religion doesn't matter. What matters is that he is anti-white as all hell, and he and other anti-whites laud an individual who behaved the way that this Chilimwe behaved. Chilimwe was a Baptist pastor. So for all of those out there who think, we're just going to spread a little bit of Christianity or Catholicism or Mormonism all over the world, and then everybody will be just good with baby Jesus, and don't get on me about baby Jesus. It's I left the church. If Jesus comes to me and says, come back, then I'll trust me. I'll listen. But they all just say, well, just go. I'll just spend all of your money. You go to all these churches. Why I had to leave the church, because it was just endless. More money, more support. Would you want to help the white people in the community? This has actually happened with me. You want to help those Russian people who have moved into the area illegally? Well, we're all out of food and clothing. But you want to help the non-white people who illegally came in the country? Plenty food and clothing. At my church, well, one of the churches I was with for a while. What a surprise that I ended up leaving. So you just go to these people and you give them religion, one of the ones that we made into our own, and then Chilimwe becomes a Baptist preacher and behaves this way as a Baptist preacher toward the people who gave him Jesus Christ. A pastor and educator who became a militant resistance fighter. A militant resistance. This is making him sound like, in some way he was on some sort of right path. Maybe he just went a little wrong with the decapitation in front of the children thing and putting the head on a pike. Who railed against the treatment of Africans working in agriculture on European-owned plantations in Malawi in the early 1900s. Listen, every time that non-white people were mistreated by a plantation owner, that plantation owner, shut up. Don't talk back to me anymore. I'm talking. I'm doing a gathering here. Every time that happened, that they were mistreating or what have you, non-white workers, they were harming white people as well. Who was working those farms? Who was available? Who could have been used? Who should have been used? Who was displaced? Who was white erased for the enrichment of the plantation owner? So we have a complaint with those folks, those plantation owners. And I will read on. Chilimwe led a violent revolt against the Bruce estates, which culminated in, is this Mr. Livingston? Mr. Livingston, I presume. It can't be, right? Is everyone named there from the UK and Africa named that? I mean, how does this happen? Which culminated in William Livingston and other European colonizers being decapitated on his orders. 1915, Livingston was beheaded in front of his own children. You just wrote that. Are you drunk? Who wrote this? He didn't even put his name on it. Or she didn't put her name on it. That's how ashamed she is for having typed this. In recognition of his struggle, a bronze statue of, have you seen that before? This echolalia. She had, the typist has it herself. She's echoing herself. In recognition of the struggle, a bronze statue of Chilimwe is being installed in London's historic Trafalgar Square, which one website describes as, quote, an act of resilience and revival for an aware British society that is experiencing how centuries of slavery perpetuated by Europeans has hindered African society. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, once again, that is straight out of the anti-white narrative. You don't bother discussing any of that. It's pure fantasy. Pure fantasy. No need to discuss it. No need with anti-whites. You come up against somebody who says, well, you know, it would have all been, what's the movie that came out where they're like space age and I almost just remembered the name of that. I'm not going to go watch any of those things. But I mean, that's in the anti-white narrative. That's essentially what it is. Everything was, I've spoken with anti-whites that have said to me, oh, well, they were already doing everything that Europe had when white people showed up, and then we stole it from them. And this was specifically a specific conversation I'm thinking about now was with a boss that I had. And this guy was college educated. I know you might be thinking that he was toothless and his mother and father were brother and sister, but it wasn't the case. He was from Boston and he was college educated. And he said everything that was in Europe was already in Africa and white people stole it. And I said, all right. Why don't you give a single example? Why don't you point to a single thing? Because I remember the example I used for him. I think it was it the motorcycle? I think I said, okay, so if I can build a motorcycle and somebody comes and steals my motorcycle, well, I just build a new motorcycle, right? Yeah. So why didn't they just rebuild everything that was stolen from them? Get out of my office. All right, so this is the anti-whites. It's not just Sadiq Khan, but these are the anti-whites in the UK, in London. And what do they want to celebrate? What do they want to laud? What do they want to eulogize? Keep an eye on that. And you'll begin to see the theme here. I don't think I have any other notes that I wrote down for when I was going to be with Tim about that. Let's go ahead and move over to my hometown, right here in Northern Virginia. So from London, from California, New York, UK, London, Northern Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac, Washington, D.C. I read this. Virginia, PTA, and that is, for those who don't know around the world, Parent Teacher Association. So we have them all across the West under various names, Parent Teacher Association in this part of the country. Virginia, PTA, NAACP. So this is the organization that is serves the well-being of Black people, we could say. Official. So PTA, official of the PTA, who is also an official of the NAACP, says, quote, "Let them die," about, and then this ignorant author here says, anti-critical race theory parents. Let them die about everyone who isn't anti-white enough. That's the translation. Now, there is audio here. I'm not going to play it. Check with CNN to make sure this whole thing wasn't fabricated, but it is looking very real to me. A video showing Michelle Leet, a federal employee who is also vice president of training at the Virginia of training. So this is a non-white, anti-white woman, viciously anti-white, that says about all people, of course, the vast majority that she could conceive of being not anti-white enough will be white people. So she's saying of them, let them die. A video showed Michelle Leet, a federal, we could make a little limerick out of this, couldn't we? Like, Leet was not fleet-footed because she was fat. We're not going to do it, but it would be fun. A federal employee who is also vice president of training at the Virginia State PTA, vice president of communications for the Fairfax County PTA, and first vice president of the Fairfax County NAACP, demonizing parents with an opposing viewpoint. Let me get a drink of coffee. In the face of mounting parent pushback to critical race theory, to anti-whiteism. So good news there. People are getting sick of it. What kind of people? Primarily white people. What do they need to hear? They need to hear you talking about going free. They need to hear you saying Western kind, anti-white, anti-whiteism. Parents pushing back to critical race theory instruction and the lowering of standards in schools in Fairfax County, Virginia. An official of the local PTA and NAACP held an event to stay the course despite overwhelming opposition, and concluded a tirade at the disgruntled parents by exclaiming, "Let them die," lauding murderers, anti-white murderers of white people in London, teaching in the UK and in New York that white toddlers are evil, undermining the education and ability to succeed in life, and destroying Western civilization, rewriting history in California. A video showed Michelle Leet, a federal employee, we'll jump through there, demonizing parents with an opposing viewpoint. Quote, "So let's meet and remain steadfast in speaking the truth," the harridan screeched at the gathered assembly of almost entirely white anti-whites in the video. You can see there are a couple non-white anti-white, but I mean, how dumb to focus on other races of mankind when you see this. I mean, it's like these people who do that, they're just walking around with these weird blinkers on, or somehow they don't see all the white people who are so anti-white. The harridan continues, tearing down double standards and refuting double talk. Let's not allow any double downing on lies. She's not the most eloquent. Let's prepare our children for a world they deserve. An anti-white world is what she wants. Let's deny this off-key band of people that are anti-education, anti-teacher, anti-equity, anti-history, anti-racial reckoning. Anti-racial reckoning? Wow. I'm reading this for the first time. Anti-racial reckoning. A reckoning. That is bloodthirsty. Anti-opportunities, anti-help people, anti-diversity, anti-platform, anti-science, anti-change agent, anti-social justice, anti-healthcare, anti-worker, anti-LGBTQ+, anti-children, anti-healthcare, anti-worker, anti-environment, anti-admissions policy change, anti-inclusion, anti-live and let live people. Let them die, she concluded. The crowd gathered for the event cheered after the statement. Wow. Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty. That is in Fairfax County, Northern Virginia, where I am, ladies and gentlemen, that you have a sick, an absolutely sick term again, anti-white POS, who's talking about anti-racial reckoning. If you are not anti-white enough and therefore for a racial reckoning, then she's coming for you, and let them die. Talk about revealing all of their cards and what anti-whiteism is really all about. And then this absolutely insipid, dim-witted, numbskulled coward of an author goes on to tiptoe around the villain and the victimized. How much does she have to be actually eating white people who are not anti-white enough before the author will say, wow, that's a monster, and white people are being victimized? White people, actually name us? Well, I think that's pretty much all we have to say about that to get to the point. It's a war zone. South Africa to deploy 25,000 troops as country on brink of civil war. Ladies and gentlemen, you can now see the narrative arc. Periods in place and time, all leading to the sanguinary, the bloody pages at the end of the anti-white narrative for Western kind. If we don't get out of their story, are you going to keep marching around like imbeciles? Are you going to keep going about things the dumbass way? They had plenty of dumbasses in South Africa trying these tried and failed endeavors. And look at where they are now. Episodes in time and place and time. Some a little ahead, some a little behind. The same anti-white theme and sentiment running through. The same gelded and toothless white race that only stands up for itself when it does. Tiptoeing around what the anti-whites have to say. And then, when not that, playing the villain, the bitch, the dupe, the chump in their narrative. When will it be enough? Where on that clock in time and space do you find yourself? And do you not feel for those who are now in these parts of South Africa ahead of you in time because of place? This is the whole planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. It is the recapture of our destiny on a global scale, or it is nothing. You think the antiquated nationalism is going to do anything for you? You raise one country without the others, and the rest will burn it to the ground. You need a white man to stand up on every continent. A new race of our people. A new people of our race. A new determination, a new language that welds us together. You don't like it? Too damn much. Too damn well. Get over it. The alleged video shows a convoy of army vehicles moving toward Durban, a coastal city in the eastern part of South Africa. The city is located in the KwaZulu-Natal province, one of the hardest hit regions by week-long social unrest. So far, thousands of South African Army Reserve members have been called up to report for duty Thursday morning. I got to stop myself again. These are our brothers and sisters. I'm going to make this point. These are not white people in South Africa. Don't ever say that again. You want to have the moral high ground in every conversation you have. You talk about what's happening to our people in South Africa, not white people in South Africa. Not that's our future at some point. That's us now. You demand change now. That is our people now. And how close are we to that hour on the clock? How close are you where you live in space relative to time? How close are you to that hour when the government sends, the rabidly anti-white government calls of the reserves to come and quell the murder, mass murdering and raping and destruction of society, the destruction of the infrastructure? For God's sake, for what? You know damn well and good they're not going to come there to protect you and your family. And you know damn well and good that you're not going to have some little militia or big militia that is going to be able to resist the militaries, even that South African military. You watch. If the white people, if our brothers and sisters, I almost did it myself, if our brothers and sisters in South Africa attempt to resist and fight the army in South Africa, they will be murdered to a man. Every one of them. There's been a push by the government to deploy up to 25,000 active duty troops to quell the unrest. In the coming hours, if not days, the military presence in KwaZulu-Natal should dramatically increase to thwart further spreading of looting and violence. Quoting here a number of so many dead. Of course, that number is going to be far below. CNN will give you the proper number. Pardon me, but it's going to be far more than is what's being reported. Because what's happening, we'll get to that MP in just a moment about South Africa. The Daily Maverick warns parts of South Africa are on the brink of severe fuel and food shortages, with key supply routes severed due to social unrest. Let me ask you, for all the cravens out there, all the isolationists, you think you could survive that? You think when they cut off all the electric, the fuel, the food, the water, you think you're going to survive? You think when the swarming mobs come looking for food and sex and weapons, etc., at your property, and they have weapons, you think you're going to be able to resist that? You think you're going to be able to hide long enough? Get your head out of the sand that is on your backside. Since the riots began last week, following former President Jacob Zuma's imprisonment for contempt of court, and forget about this contempt of court nonsense. Don't even discuss that. All of these things you bring up just to use the lexicon, that's what you're peppering in. These things are the tools, these things are the matrix, they're the containers to use the lexicon. You drop it and you roll. That's how you make a change in the world. Zuma obviously was white erasing South Africa too quickly, and greater powers became panicked about that. And maybe this is the case, maybe it's not. And then they decided, well, we got to put an end to that, because if it goes forward at the pace it's moving forward, well, Western kind are going to observe this from abroad. And then maybe like in some other part of the world, when anti-whites in Russia that became Soviet Russia, they got a little bit carried away with all of their murdering. And then that caused countries nearby to say, whoa, we don't want any of that. They might be worried about that happening again. So just easy, get rid of Zuma, say it's corruption and contempt of court, and throw him in jail. We'll have us a new president, and this white erasure can continue at a pace slow enough that the heat on the pail that the frog is in, that white frog, is going to be just right. So he ends up cooking without ever knowing it. That's what sounds to me like is potentially the case. But of course, I defer to the geniuses at CNN. Dozens of goods trucks have been targeted by roving crowds, stripped of their cargo, and more often than not, torched or dismantled for parts. Brilliant. What a bunch of smart people out there. What a bunch of brainiacs. I mean, it's not enough to just to loot and destroy. And these are anti-white terror troops, ladies and gentlemen. Anti-white terror troops. And not enough to just go loot the stores. Also destroy the infrastructure. That smart. Borders should be open to these people. Depending on the category of vehicle, the type of value of cargo, and the specialized equipment required for the cargo, this can be anywhere between R3 million and R10 million, I guess, Rand per vehicle, said the association's chief executive, Gavin Kelly. Quote, a simple calculation of capital losses of the 40 trucks destroyed to date, and this was days ago, amounts to between R250 million and R300 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, and one of the stories I just went ahead and skipped over because we've already been rolling so long was these climate refugees, which is what? Another mispretext, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized excuse to arrive at the victimization of Western kind and Western civilization. Get this right. Don't just say to yourself, well, Jason really knows how to say it. And then you're going to go back to your family. You're going to go back to your friends, your circles of influence. And you're going to say right back to it's communism. It's wokeism. Because you guys are all the brain dead comatose isms, I guess. It is all of these other things. It's Marxism. No, it is anti-whiteism. They're anti-white. They're going to say to you, these people are suffering, and do not get bogged down in a climate debate. The climate doomsdayers come by a dime a dozen, and their claims about anthropogenic global warming, cooling, changing, holes in the ozone, acid rain, and everything is just this endless quagmire that some evidence is real, some of it is not, some of it is anthropogenic, most of it is not. We, of course, as Western kind, want to clean up the world and make it the most habitable, beautiful place. The Garden of Eden is what we want to build on planet Earth. That's what we do. Do not get bogged down in those discussions. Just point out that the anti-white has come to another excuse. And they're going to say here, mispretexting, they're going to say here again that, well, things that you have done in the civilized world have caused these people in these far-off lands, fill in the blank with excuses. Now they're hurt. It's going to be the climate is mean to them because of you. There's warfare there because you have the right to self-defense. There is whatever it is. It's always going to be an excuse. And then it's going to be that we've got to pump them into your countries. Pump them into your countries. Pump them in until your countries no longer belong to you. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how it always ends up, because these people come in, wonderful as they are, and naturally they want to change things to reflect their biospirit. It's totally natural. It makes perfect sense to us here in service to white well-being. But we cannot any longer suffer these lies, and I will be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Henry's School. Henry's School. Henry went to school in the City of London. He was told that this was a very special school because the students had come from all different parts of the world. One day the teacher asked the class if anyone had something interesting to present for show and tell. Henry's hand shot up. He wanted to show the class his new yo-yo. "Okay, Henry, you go first," said the teacher. But then Abdul called out, "Henry always goes first, each day and each night. He always goes first, just because he is white." The teacher thought for a moment, then said, "Stay seated, please, Henry. Abdul is quite right. Let someone else have a turn, someone who's not white." At lunchtime, Henry ran to the playground to swing on the monkey bars. But just as he reached up, Barbara called out, "Henry always plays here, each day and each night. He always gets a turn, just because he is white." The other children said, "Go away, Henry. Barbara is quite right. Let someone else have a turn, someone who's not white." Later in library class, Henry found an interesting book on boats, so he sat down to read it. But then Hazim called out, "Henry always gets the best book, each day and each night. He always gets what he wants, just because he is white." The library teacher said to Henry, "Put the book back, Henry. Hazim is quite right. Let someone else read that book, someone who's not white." But this time, Henry stood up and angrily said, "I never get a turn. It's not fair. It's not right. I never get a turn because you're anti-white." His teacher was shocked. His classmates were shocked. Henry was sent to the principal's office, who told him that he had been very nasty to the other students, and now he would have to move to a different school. And so Henry's family left London and moved far, far away. And Henry was sent to a new school with new classmates and a new teacher. One day, the teacher asked the class if anyone had something interesting to present for show and tell. Henry's hand shot up. But then Jack called out, "Let Henry go first. We support him to the end. Let Henry go first because he's our friend." And so Henry got up and told the class all about his yo-yo and showed them all his tricks. At lunchtime, Henry went to play on the monkey bars, but there was a long line of children waiting for a turn. But then Emily called out, "Let Henry have a turn. We support him to the end. Let Henry have a turn because he's our friend." And Henry swung on the monkey bars as happy as could be. Later in library class, the teacher announced that a new book about racing cars had arrived and asked who would like to read it. Henry put up his hand, but then George called out, "Let Henry have that book. We support him to the end. Let Henry have the book because he's our friend." So Henry read the book about racing cars and learned lots of new things. Henry loved his new town, he loved his new school, and he loved his new friends. And from then on, he always got a turn, and he made sure that all his friends did too. The end.
And we are back. Is the microphone working, ladies and gentlemen? I hope it is. And what a great video that is. Let's get a big round of applause for Lovely Porridge. Is he with us right now? I'd love to get throw him over a wrench. It's at Ruination Media is where he is. And when I saw this video, I was just elated. Anything done for our children to make them feel proud about who they are, what they are, to make them feel that connection with our people around the world. He started making these videos. They're going to be at School of the West with the great Brant Danger. Keep those applause going for the great Brant Danger and his contributions, his hard work there on School of the West. let's keep those applause going. These videos, I think he's made 2 so far, where it's talking about the different cultural hues of our people, but tying us together, that we're a single people. And it was so exciting to me because I can put myself, I'm a very empathetic person. I can put myself, and I guess it's mirror neurons in the brain or whatever. I very easily, and it actually without trying, I just automatically am in the other person, feeling what they feel. And I could immediately feel what our children will feel watching a video like that, how excited they'll be, that there are other kids like me, our people, but in that faraway land, they like that kind of food and they dress this kind of way. And then maybe we set up in the future, we set up a way. So many things can be done in the future. And we have brilliant people, and we have more brilliant people coming all the time, but we could have like a pen pal organizations eventually for homeschoolers, and they could be pen pals, the children here and the children, white babies here and white babies in another land. They could be pen pals. They could grow up just wonderful, knowing what the others are experiencing in their countries and in their lands. And this is what we have to do. And I am empathetic to these people who continue to hold on to this idea of this old nationalism, that it's their country, and they feel some sort of some kinship with the other countries. It's not going to be able to work that way. You're going to lose. You've already lost. They've already defeated that sort of nationalism. We have to be a single people with many countries. So there is no acceptable state or moment where we can be harmed in one land or country or continent. And as long as us over in this country are fine, then everything's good for us. We're not going to, no, it can't be like that anymore. So we're going to move forward. What else do we have? Let's see what you all are saying, because we've been rolling for a while now. I see it looks like we are potentially missing a page of my notes. How could this happen? Very strange. I see that page. I see this page. And let me just swivel around to here. We will refresh, and we will have the missing note here in a moment, and we'll see what you all are saying on Cash App and over on Entropy. On Entropy, we will begin with Lenny, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much, Lenny. I deeply appreciate it. And he writes here, keep up the good work and thank you. Well, thank you so very much for writing that. I appreciate it. Based in Guyana, financially gifting $3. Thank you so much. How do we deal with folks like Matty, who don't want to work with folks who worship our ancestral gods? Who's Matty? It concerns me that many Christian brothers are on a path of division. Well, when it comes to the religions we practice, these things are very meaningful for folks who are practicing our different religions that whites practice. And they are part of, or maybe the totality of their identity. And we need to respect each other's religions. We need to respect each other's, regional inclinations and propensities, and then come together on the basis of our biospirit. So your concern with Christians, white Christians, who are, I presume you're talking about white sympathetic, white Christians, I guess your concern with them is that they're on a path to division. I will tell you this, some of them, that there are folks, white people, white sympathetic, practicing every denomination and Catholicism and Mormonism and all of the different pagan spheres, approaches, who also are unable to work with others on the basis of who and what we are as a people. So we need to have a policy that is totally intolerable. You can, we warmly welcome and encourage everyone to worship in the way that they see fit, and the way that is meaningful for them, perhaps the way that was handed down to them, perhaps the way that they had a moment of sudden knowing, whatever that might be. And so we strongly encourage that, and we prohibit strongly any dividing, any sectarianizing. We specifically talk about that in iteration 2. There can be no sectarianizing on the grounds of anything, religion or some sort of economic structure or political structure. All of that is very silly. When we recapture our destiny, we will all be able to practice our religions, whichever ones we want to practice, and we will be able to pass that down, and there's going to be space for everyone to be able to, there's not going to be any homogeneity of that sort of idea, and economy and government will look like nothing that has gone before. All of this stuff that has gone before will really look like the cave paintings in France. It will really look antiquated and superannuated, no longer useful. So that is all of that are the things that we set aside for the purpose of serving white well-being, while embracing it in our identity or in our personal lives or whatever it may be. We used to have a much bigger problem based with it in the past than we do today by far. And when it comes to going free, it makes it very easy. When you take a religion and then you say, this is where it can get difficult for people in religious or spiritual endeavors in white sympathetic spheres. When you take a religion and you say that this religion or this spirituality serves the well-being of our people in whatever way, when you do that, you then are inclined to the error that there is a god or gods that wants it that way, and then you are inclined to the error that, well, if everybody isn't doing it this exact way, then they are not serving the good of our people. You cannot have that. You cannot have that. So those who are serving white well-being and who do practice any of the religions that our people practice, they need to be very conscious of that and that potential in themselves to make those errors, especially when you have, most people have their religion for the community, a place to raise their children with community, people, to make friends with people that they can help and then also can rely upon. That's really what religion in the broadest sense does for people. It can also give people, certainly a sense of place in the universe. And I'm not talking now about the truth or falsity of any particular religion. I'm just speaking generally about the organization of religions. This is what it does. And so to then say that, well, this community's, this religion's community is superior to something like the practice of going free, which is changing the world, you're making a very big error. And it's an error that's going to hurt you. It's an error that's going to hurt your family. By all means, worship all the gods or God you want in the moral way and legal way. I don't want to make too broad of a statement that you worship, but at the same time, You know, when a fire extinguisher puts a fire out, you use the fire extinguisher. You don't pray to the cow on the property. I mean, it's just, you got to be real when it comes down to it. And when it comes down to the reality of gods or goddesses or whatever it is and whatever you believe in, the only thing that that you can really count on is that in the moment when there's just a little bit of something to push you over, that's when the deity shows up. Otherwise, you're just like a spoiled child when you think that you're just going to beseech some deity long enough and in enough good ways that something good will come of it. That's not how men of the West behave. That's not how we built Western civilization. We built Western civilization by understanding the natural world, by taking it apart, taking apart the natural world, God's creation, figuring out how it works, and then using it to empower ourselves to overcome the peoples and environments and disease that sought to overcome us. So we absolutely do need to stick together on the basis of our biospirit, and we can wish each other well in our little communities and how we worship. David, financially gifts £5. Thank you so much, David. Hi, Jason. I have not read your book. Is it good? Well, that's a great question, David. Thank you very much for the £5. We'll ask the viewers of this gathering, the wonderful heroes who have gathered here today, what do they think? I don't know which book specifically you're talking about, but I would say that all of them are fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. There's the great McDozer, $25 financial gift. Let's get a round of raucous emojis going for McDozer and the $25 financial gift. He writes, I enjoyed your discussion on White Rabbit yesterday. I love seeing unity on the forefront of white well-being. Be well, brother. I'll be lurking and listening as always. So some of those lurkers are the best folks. They are out there making things happen, very quietly doing it, and I commend them tremendously. When you are working with tools that make a difference, you can absolutely be in the background and making it happen, and nobody has to see you. Continue living your life and making babies and wonderful memories. Thank you, McDozer. That's wonderful. David Peterson, back with 10 more pounds. Thank you so much. A total of 15 pounds from this champion. He writes here, love your takes. And then a thumbs up and an okay sign and says, keep up the good work. Well, I will indeed. Hey, brother, start practicing going free. Become a better David Peterson. Change your family, change yourself, change the world, brother. Let's do it together. I'm just another guy on the line. So I'm going to need you to step up beside my shoulder, and together we'll do it. We got a bunch of champs here, shoulder to shoulder as well, that are making it happen. So you'll be among great company. Michael, financially gifting $14 US. Thank you so much, Michael. Writes, hail Jason, hail the gods. Hail our Volk, he writes. Good show yesterday with Horace. Did you just get showed from D Live? You're no longer streaming and don't appear on my followed channels anymore. Well. On D Live, it does appear that D Live appears to me here. What country are you in, brother? You can write into the question widget, please. Let me know if perhaps in your country, if you are not in the US, or perhaps I have been. Perhaps I have been. I don't know. We'll get some feedback. What are people saying? Have we been shut down on D Live? I'll spin around and I'll wait. Thank you very much, Michael, though, for the financial gift and the question. We got David Peterson back again. Let's get a round of raucous emojis now, because that puts him up to 25 pounds with this 10-pound financial gift. God bless you, brother. How do we stop non-white people who stab each other in London and distracting from their own problems or detracting from their own problems by constantly moaning and whining about white people. Well, we don't put our focus on them, brother. Every community has problems. We have problems. We probably have more. We definitely have more problems. More white people hate white people than non-white people. And this particular group you're talking about hates themselves. So we are definitely have more problems. We don't need to stop them from blaming white people. What we need to do is allow them to make a decision. Are they going to be neutral relative to us? Are they going to serve white well-being with us and help put an end to anti-whiteism? Because that's what's destroying the world. Or are they going to choose to be anti-white? If they choose to be anti-white, like you're saying here, they want to blame white people for all of their problems, most of their problems, some of their problems, then we merely acknowledge that decision. And that's what we find objectionable about them, is that they choose to be anti-white, not their race or religion or height or whatever it might be, but the decision to be anti-white. That's what we find objectionable. And how then do we behave toward them? Once you find out that somebody is anti-white and you're not going to be able to change their opinion about that, you just move on. Move on to somebody whose opinion you can change. Move on to somebody who you can cede the lexicon and dialectics to. Move on to somebody whom you can bring over to going free. We don't have enough time to be doing anything else other than changing the conversation that we speak with, the story that we live in. Because as I pointed out with all of these news items that we were covering in the first part of the gathering, that it is the exact same anti-whiteism everywhere, only a difference in time and space. And you can see the entire spectrum of time and space. You can be somewhere where in time anti-whiteism has done very little compared to where it is much more advanced in other places. And yet you are part of that victim group, and it will as assuredly visit you as it visits those who are further along on the scale of time. So that is my suggestion. Great questions. Thank you so much. 25 pounds from David over there in the great United. It'll be great again as soon as we recapture our destiny. We have the wonderful, sweet sister, Mrs. Jess Horst. God bless you, sister. Financially gifting $10 US and writing only this: 3 flames on fire, I guess is what she's saying. I appreciate it. And we have Kara, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, Kara, for the $10. Writes, God help our people in South Africa. And you wrote it perfectly right. Our people in South Africa, not white people in South Africa, not the South Africans, not the white South Africans, our people in South Africa. It endlessly boggles my mind. And as you all know, I'm sure it boggles your minds that there are people who would complain, and they do, about us saying, no, being in our own story is where we need to be, rather than in the anti-white story where you are merely a cog, a character, a fool, a chump in that story, in that machine. But there are those out there who complain. Now, I broached it with Tim that there are going to be many of those. Who knows how many? Who knows what percentage of the people online who you're talking to, or you see these comments in the threads. And these people are anti-whites pretending to be white sympathetic individuals, pretending to be white sympathetics along with us. But they're not. They're absolutely not. When they demand violence, they're not white sympathetic. That's the exact thing that if you were anti-white and you were in charge, one of the people with power in the regime, you would also want those white people who are trying to sound the alarm. You would also want them acting a fool because you have taught the entire population, their brothers and sisters, that somebody dressing, talking, looking this way, using racial epithets, all of that, that somebody like that also thinks this whole list of monstrous things. So you want them to do that. They go right into your cage, like cattle, being herded right into, the fences get narrower and narrower. It just works perfect for them. But now we have the 200 plus IQ resistance to that sort of thing. And you can go with this and have a great success, or you can continue down that very silly path. And part of being in our story is using our lexicon and our dialectics. We are the people who have been working on it for decades. We are the people who have been achieving success with it. We are those who are the early adopters. And there will be many, many millions of whites who will come along later and then adopt it as well. And you'll be able to say that you were one of the earliest adopters. Being jealous at this point because you didn't come up with it, or being jealous because it's working and everything else hasn't worked, and you've invested yourself and your identity in something else. That is very, very not white of you. It's not very pristine at all, especially when we don't have time to fool around. So thank you so much. You're not allowed to use this lexicon because it's a cult. What a segue that is, right? What a segue. You can't use this lexicon of going free and these dialectics, because if you do, then you're in a cult. You're a cult member. You're only allowed to use these cult words. You have to use all these words from World War II. You have to use all of these words that anti-whites use, and you can't use any others. But that's not a cult. All of these things are deleterious for you. All of these things are salubrious, good for you, but you have to use those words. Talk about how many of you, and let me just really quickly, before we do that, we will get to that in just a moment. But let me take a look over here and see that over on D Live, I have Popcorn Powers writing, said, "You are on D Live." He sees me. Raymond says, "D Live is good." A lot of folks. Aunt Sally is with us. Wonderful to see you, sweet sister. I hope you are doing magnificently. Thank you all over there. So many folks jumped in with feedback about D Live is indeed working. So perhaps it was just a glitch, brother, or perhaps, I don't know what country you're in. Perhaps it is the country you're in, and they are not allowing my stream to go through D Live into that country. Remember, we were the only content creator community who had countries, not some sort of the EU banned a whole list of channels, and they just told YouTube all of these channels, and then, or the Schengen zone said to YouTube all of these channels, to get rid of all these channels. We had individual countries that banned this channel, and then when YouTube had its hiccup, all of those other channels that were banned in those countries still did not get through, because YouTube was able to just migrate the list of channels from that list to the new list after the hiccup when they changed things. But what channels suddenly became available in all of these countries? This one. Because we weren't on the list. We were individually. They had looked at what we were sharing and said, no, that is a defense, a psychological defense for the psychological warfare that the anti-whites are waging on the population. No, we won't let that in. Slaughts, the great Slaughts, is with us, and he financially gives $3. God bless you, brother, for everything you do for white well-being. White people existing is a good thing. Amen to that. Yes, that's something that everybody here can get behind. Well, how many people? Oh, let me check over here on, and I'll tell you, we'll talk about, I mentioned at the very beginning, we'll talk about, oh, you know what? We did not mention the MP, which is very important. And we're going to mention that next in just a minute, because it is directly connected to South Africa, and you're going to need to be empowered by that. So let me just take a quick look over here, and we have the absolutely wonderful I Love Jesus Christ. Thank you so much, dear sister. Financially gifting $10 US, and she writes, for White Wellbeing. God bless you, sister. Thank you. She's always here. What a wonderful lady. So MP of the day, we didn't get to in the first hour because I was on a roll. The MP of the day is, we won't say the G word. We'll say white erasure. White erasure in South Africa is a myth, or they'll sometimes say it's a conspiracy theory. How many who are watching and listening and participating right now have heard that meme pathogen? As I spin around here, and I'll take a quick look at you all in the live chat at YouTube. And that had a bit of it went through a bit of a seizure a moment ago, so I can read it now. Vigil says, God helps those who help themselves. Amen to that. Eurosphere says, ever heard the saying, the gods help those who help themselves? We should say, the gods, God, help those who go free. Well written. Yes, Eurosphere, that's fantastic. The gods or God help those who go free. I mean, we just might as well admit it at this point. How many times do things have to go right for us, right? Obviously, sitting amongst you is God. I mean, he's watching. He or they are watching and very much supporting going free. Very much. So talk about good company. Sitting around the old flat screen monitor in heaven, watching going free. Misty is with us. Hello, sweet sister. Lunder from down under. Hello, hello. Yes. This sunflower, and she's got sunflowers and daisies. That's beautiful. Thank you for that. Hey, Ruination Media is here. Hello, lovely porridge. Were you with us? Were you with us when we played your video? He writes, I was so impressed with Jason's Go Free that I stole the idea. This is a quote from Gad Sad. Yeah, we're going to make another video about Gad, and I might even be contacting attorneys relative to this, because he's using all of his connections, he or somebody on his behalf at Amazon and elsewhere, to shut things down for us. So he's a real piece of filth. Based and red pilled writes here, no white guilt. Are you a Christian? Well, brother, it depends. I was and you can read in Crucible. If you haven't read Crucible, you should do so immediately. I was attending on a regular basis every Wednesday and Sunday, maybe more often than that, different denominations of Christianity, Catholicism, Mormonism. I was looking for a church that I had been started off, I guess, if you will, as Baptist. And I ended up on a bit of a quest by going to all of these, with these friends' families, looking for a church that did not preach anti-whiteism from the pulpit. And I could not find one. And people I spoke to, they could never find. They would put up with it. I'm just unable to put up with it. I'm extremely unable to put up with it when they are preaching anti-whiteism as the word of God. Insane. And so you'll see in the book that I eventually walked away from organized Christianity, and I was done with it. Does that mean that I'm no longer a Christian? Does a Christian go to church every Sunday of one of the denominations? I have been of the mind that if Jesus comes to me and says, go to church, I'm definitely going to submit to a God coming to me and say, if Odin comes to me and says, oh, you got to go over to, what do they go? What is it called? Hoffs, then but better believe that if a God shows up, I'm going to obey. So all of my value set and that sort of everything value set, and I guess, well, it probably incorporates everything that I would say in addition to it, sort of as a superset, is certainly something that everybody who's Christian would subscribe to. And I mean, I practice Christmas, and I know it's about the birth of Jesus Christ. It's not, but I also celebrate the fact that, the pagan elements of it or the ancient European elements of it. So I'm kind of in an in-between land in some ways. Greek man is with us. Blackjack is here. Great to see you. So has anybody heard this? White erasure in South Africa is a myth. It's a conspiracy theory. Nothing's happening there. Has anybody heard that? As I stroll through the chat here. Based in Red Pilled again, will you be coming out with an audiobook version of Going Free? Yes, that one's a lot easier to speak to. Not right away though. It'll be probably third edition. The first of the third edition. There'll be iterations of third edition, but probably the first one, I'm guessing, will be an audio version of it. I will be working on, after finishing iteration 2 of the second edition of Go Free, which will be finished in the next couple of weeks, the audiobook for Prometheus Rising, which I think is going to serve our people very well. And I've already sought and found professional assistance, and it's going to be epic. Not in the way that the things that Trump always said he was going to do something epic, and then it never panned out. I wonder how many of his wives were like, yeah, it's going to be epic. Wait until he performs. All right, let's see. Rain Man is with us. Sabata is with us. What's the word for that? It's a really rare word. Oh, I almost just had it. Gosh. Rhodomontade. Can you believe I just remembered that? Rhodomontade. I got so tired of Trump's rhodomontade. Use that in a sentence with your friends. Sabata says the lexicon is almost bulletproof. Precisely. And we will continue to perfect it. Freckle, hello to you. Welcome. Moving through. Porridge, folks, who is a man extremely astute, writes here, it's hard for some people to admit they wasted years on failed strategies, failed tactics. Yeah, that's exactly right. And so instead, they just double, triple down on the tactics that they've been using. Greek man is Western kind with Armenians too. If any Armenian, I don't live there, but the Armenians that I have met have certainly been Westmen. I imagine, just like every Western country, that there are non-white Armenians, but the Armenians that I have met have clearly been Westmen, so they would be Western kind. Azimuth Clark is here. Great to see you. Yeah, there isn't a huge population of Armenians in, well, Northern Virginia. I mean, you can find every non-white race, but Armenians, not very many. I've only come across a few here in Northern Virginia. Matthew is here. Great to see you. All right. I'm assuming some of you have heard the MP that it's just a conspiracy theory that there is white erasure in South Africa. Nothing's happening. And I've told you all before that eventually the anti-whites will just merely say, once there is no white people or no white people in South Africa or nearly no white people in South Africa, the anti-whites will just begin teaching and saying that Well, there weren't really any white people there to begin with. There was only this tiny amount of white people, and then they stole civilization from the people who lived there, and then they were eventually ousted against their will, even though, of course, you had just mountains of beautiful white women at the front of all of these parades to tear down Western civilization. And they'll say, well, against their will, they were ousted. And then these evil people that were left, they either just left the country because their thief hoard was stolen from them or taken from them, rightfully taken back from them, or they just aren't reproducing. And so that's why they are all gone. That's eventually what the anti-white narrative will be about South Africa if we don't recapture our destiny. That's what will happen for our people there if we don't recapture our destiny. So what's the proper meme curative? What's the way to handle an anti-white who is saying this MP? Remember, the MC, meme curative, is the tool, the antidote to the MP, the meme pathogen. We suggest that you say this: South Africa is the blueprint for the entire West, which is why you deny white erasure there. And that puts the anti-white immediately on the spot. The anti-white says, white erasure, or white G, remember the ear is against the door. White erasure in South Africa is a conspiracy theory. It's a myth. Nothing's happening to white people there. How do you respond to that? You respond by saying, South Africa is the blueprint for the entire West, which is why you deny white erasure there. And then you can tack on, and you deny that white erasure is there because you are anti-white. You get into our story and you stay in our story. You do not get into their story. If they want to say, if they want to just restate, oh, there's nothing happening there. Of course, you're going to say there's nothing happening there because it's what you want for all of Western civilization. Do you see how you will win with this rather than the other tactics? Let me get some ones in the live chats if you can see how easily you win by using the lexicon and dialectic of going free. Number one in the chat, if you can see how easy it works to win, what I just showed you, how you end up defeating the anti-white instead of having a debate about what? What is the definition of genocide, right? What is actually happening? You're going to present some evidence on the spot, at work, at the barbecue. Where are you going to get you're going to pull up the phone and here's an article about bad things. And then the anti-white will just dismiss it and say, that's all lies. That's all just from your community of haters. Or the anti-white will open up and say, well, actually, look, I have found an article here from an anti-white publication that says that you're a liar and there's nothing going on wrong there. And so now you've lost. And then they say, well, you're just a anti-white slur racist, and you want apartheid there again. You want non-white people suffering. And then what? You're going to throw back, you're a Marxist? Come on. Let's get smart. Stop being so dumb. Talk about being dumb. And thank you all for chiming in with number ones. As you can see how easy this works. Not hard, right? So anybody saying, in these threads, the live chats, the threads afterward, the threads over on, my God, if you take a look at Mark Collett's thread on his BitChute, there are some psychos there. But I do have to laud the great folks who recently have suddenly started going after these people who are disparaging me endlessly to prevent folks from going free. Disparaging this whole community of people practicing going free to prevent people from going free. Excuse me. They've started firing back words, of course, and so I laud every one of them for doing that. But these people, they're out there and they'll say things like, "Oh, it's this weird thing that they do," and yeah, it's called winning. It's called victory. It's called recapturing our destiny. That's the weird thing I know it's weird to you because you've never done it before anywhere. But It's called a victory. And I am, and the people who are here are used to victory in their lives. They're used to winning. They're used to having a challenge and overcoming the challenge. That's the kind of people we draw. We don't want the people who are great at making excuses. People who make excuses don't like me. And that's probably why, although you critics out there don't like me, because I don't like excuses. I don't, people who have worked for me that I've managed, they didn't like me if they were great excuse producers. They quit. They end up getting fired. I don't allow myself excuses, and I won't accept them from anybody else. Everybody who comes here is able to have a challenge, meet the challenge, and if they stumble, they fail, they get right back up and they take it on and they keep rolling. Let's get as we're going to get right into now this talk, segueing perfectly right into these losers who are trying to call you a cult member or the practice a cult. They do that. They know, you know very well what they are doing when they do that. They know very well what they are doing. They know very well what a cult is. And they know that they are endeavoring to slander in order to prevent people from going free. What kind of a person would want that? Whether they're white sympathetic initially, and that's like their genuine sentiment, what kind of person would actually want to stop somebody from going free of the anti-white narrative? Well, they're anti-white, aren't they? Clearly anti-white. What kind of person would want ill for white people? Clearly anti-white people. And while we begin that, let's get out all raucous emojis, tons of them, because all of you critics out there who want to throw around this word cult to turn people away from something that betters their lives, that betters our community. We continue to have people give testimonials with their words. And Alma Lahar yesterday, what a champion, giving several testimonials in words about going free during TAP. We have people giving in words and in dollars, working class people, $50 from the Watcher. Big round of raucous emojis for this testimonial. And he writes here, I get the feeling that anti-white women's list of antis manifested from her rage at knowing about our work. This donation is to commend you for living rent-free in her head. I love it. The Watcher. My God, what a perfect, absolutely $50 from a working class person who cannot just give money away. That's a testimonial. And he says here, I get the feeling that the anti-white woman's list of antis, where she went through, and this woman here in Fairfax County saying anybody who isn't anti-white enough, they need to die, that all these antis manifested from her rage at knowing about our work. This donation is to commend you for living rent-free in her head. God bless you, the Watcher. What perfect timing. Did I tell you the gods are with us, or God is with us? I mean, the Watcher's probably sitting right beside God right now. And he was like, you know what? Now'd be a good time to throw in that financial gift and that statement that you're thinking. Right about now. Go ahead. It's going to work perfect. The timing is going to be excellent. What do you say in response to these people who throw around this claim of cult? And we have a couple of responses, and that I will share with you right now. And they're in the, I don't think they are in the second edition. I think they're in iteration 2 that will be available in just a couple of weeks. But meme pathogen is, you're talking again. I'm in the middle of a gathering. Unless you are God, then you need to be quiet, cell phone. MP, you are in a cult, or you're a cult member, or that's a cult. Hear it often from these scumbags. There are a couple of things you can say in response. These are suggestions in iteration 2 of Go Free. You can say this: I am going free of the anti-white cult that you are in. Going free requires you to think for yourself. Anti-Whiteism demands unthinking conformity, cultish behavior. Now, you can say, there are folks in the spot for anti-Whiteism, you can say antique nationalist idiocy or nitwittery. You can say demands unthinking conformity. You have to just be the ant-nat. You can only use this verbiage from the 1930s. You can only use what the anti-whites say that you are allowed to use. You cannot use any words or concepts that benefit you. You can say that instead of anti-whiteism. So you can say, I'm going free of the anti-white cult that you are in, of the antique nationalist cult that you are in. This is a way to respond to the folks who claim to be, and some of them maybe are genuinely white sympathetic. I feel bad for them if they are white sympathetic and they are this benighted and this just lowbrow, low IQ'd, brutish, that they would want to burn down what is working so well for our people by throwing around words like this. And you already know for the future the things that they say. When cult becomes, using the word cult becomes ineffective, it's going to get much worse. Be prepared for every kind of, I don't know, salacious, nonsensical, asinine claims by these people as they get increasingly desperate. The other thing you can say is this where I have it? Maybe I have it here. Maybe I don't. Yes, I do. When they say that you're in a cult or you're a cult member, whatever it might be, you can say, just respond by saying, a cult of love for Western kind, building culture. This is a powerful response, a cult of love for Western kind, building culture, because it incorporates their baseless allegation into a larger sentence that you then control, that they do not control. And then you get back at them and readers as well, almost subliminally, with the word culture, which of course contains the word cult. A cult of love for Western kind, building culture. You're a cult member, a cult of love for Western kind, building culture. You could say a cult of love for Western kind, building white positive culture. Just take that charge. You don't say, I am a cult member. You don't see anything like that. They say, oh, that's just a cult. You just respond, a cult of love for Western kind, building culture. And that will shut them down quite easily. So go out into the world, try that out, come back to us, let us know how it works on these scumbags. Remember, some of them are going to be really slow, really stolid, and it won't land on them, but it'll, as well as it will on other readers. But that's all that matters, is the people who are bright enough to get the practice anyhow. I mean, those people who are sitting in the corner and eating paint chips and just being a spurg in other people's streams, who cares about them, right? But we want quality people to come and to White Wellbeing, and when they see you write, when they see the charge of, oh, that's just a cult, and you write back, it's a cult of love for Western kind, or a cult of love for Western kind, building culture, building white positive culture, those readers will immediately know that it was a spurious allegation, that there's nothing there, that you're laughing it off. And in fact, who doesn't want to be in a cult of love for Western kind? Come on. So that is, handle it that way, and let's hear back about the results. And on that line, I mean, we're talking about people who are disparaging us. Let me see. I'm having some messages come through while we are chatting. Oh yes, taking calls. And we got Baldur is going to come on for 3 more words. And then we're going to have Rory. Both are in the lineup. And we'll do Baldur, of course, first, because he's got to go to bed soon. And then Rory, probably before we take calls later, because Rory is also ahead of us. And we don't want to keep him up all night. But so we have these groups of people who have become very jealous, very, very jealous of the success we're having. Wait, it looks like Sloths has chimed in on cult. Maybe $3 financial gift. Thank you so much, brother. He writes here, a cult would effectuate deleterious conclusions, and going free effectuates positive conclusions for white people. Prove it creates any negative conclusions, as it has helped people from suicide. It's helped people from so many things. Very well written. Thank you so much, Sloths. Nobody, of course, there is no compound. There is no there's no grand leader that everybody follows every single thing. We are all standing shoulder to shoulder. Going free requires you to think with your conscious mind rather than just you're subconsciously repeating what the cult has, the mantras the cult has. We don't have we don't claim there are any weird gods or aliens or invisible things. So people come and go freely. But all of that is not for public consumption, because when you get in a discussion, and unless it's somebody that's genuinely interested, somebody who's being intellectually honest, when you have a discussion with some dirtbag who's just jealous of us and who's just trying to disparage us to turn people away from going free and bettering themselves and bettering our people, recapturing our destiny. You just have to shut them down. There's no discussion there that can, so it's a call to love for Western kind, building culture. And if you got a problem with that, well, then you're just an anti-white pig. But there are content creators, and they have been coming after me for slandering me in any way they can, ridiculing the community as well. Because they're jealous. They're jealous of our success. They're jealous of the fact that we have changed the world. We have pushed this verbiage, and we continue to do so, into general societal discussion. And they typically imply that I'm the one that they're slandering. They typically heavily imply that I'm the one that their little skit is about. They typically are implying it. They rarely say my name or show my image. But one recently did. He decided to take the step a little further, and he decided to do that. So as you can see, Joey Jordan, he says here he's put down the Fuela. He's come away from the band, and he's written here, according to this guy. So like, doesn't even know my name. He's showing my picture there. So he's not failing to, and this is the video that was up. He's not failing to identify who I am, but what he's doing is this is an attempt at insult. According to this guy, just some guy out there, you need to stop talking about puppies, the ears against the door, and spend all your time making up lies about Patriot Front and NJP instead. And then he has 3 laughing faces. I don't know if they're supposed to represent him and 2 other stooges or not, the 3 stooges. But of course, he does not note the lies. I wonder why. He didn't point out the lies. Joey, why didn't you point out the lies? And then he triangulates. I was talking about Patriot Front in defense of the young men and their lives, and what could happen to their lives, and how ineffective what they are doing for white well-being, for our people, for the recapture of our destiny. Very effective at making the leaders of Patriot Front look great. I mean, they got a bunch of guys out there on the streets, and so the leaders look really great. What did it do for Western civilization, for the recapture of our destiny? For nothing. I mean, ultimately nothing. They say, well, it projects strength. Well, when you break down what they mean by strength, they mean the threat of violence. Of course, the regime controls all the violence, and it is a very infantile, it's puerile thing to think that you are going to threaten violence, or that anyone in the population is going to see your demonstration of violence and think, well, your demonstration of violence compared to America's demonstration of violence is really kind of tantamount, so I'm joining you. I mean, no sane person would do that. So I decided to share concerns for the young men who actually got out, and apparently there were women too, I didn't know, got out into the streets. I want them to be effective. First thing I want them to live wonderful lives. I've talked a lot about that. I want them to raise happy families, and I want them to be effective for white well-being for the totality of their lives. That is how they can have the biggest impact on the state that we are in. I said, this was a miscalculation by the leadership, and that offered to advice. And I know that advice is not really taken by the leadership of Patriot Front, so be it. But having said that, I just simply gave the facts about the march that took place. And this Joey is going to say that it was lies. Well, but he doesn't cite any lies. And he could have gone on about the lies. He could have said this was a lie, that was a lie, this is a lie. And he doesn't list them. I wonder why, Joey. I wonder why. And then he wants to triangulate, because he obviously is very jealous of me. So he wants to say, well, it's Patriot Front and NJP. Well, of course, you all know that when it came to the NJP, I had some concerns. I shared those concerns. I also gave some advice for how they could more effectively serve the objectives that they claim to be serving. What is wrong with giving helpful advice? What is wrong with being respectful for helpful advice from somebody who has been in service to white well-being for as long as I have, and in as many ways as I have? I also raised some concerns about the participants. Why is it that speaking up on behalf of the well-being of the actual participants is seen as cuckery? I mean, what the hell? That is the only thing we should be thinking about. I don't give a damn about how good or smart or handsome or whatever the leaders look like. I care about the people who have dedicated their lives to white sympathetic endeavors, and I want them to live wonderful lives and to produce many children who think the same things, and to be effective for white well-being for their whole lives. So why is it when I say, hey, folks, if you're going to join this, and I raise a concern, if they, for example, like the concern I raised, which I said at the moment was still something that NJP had going for them, which is that if NJP becomes an actual political party instead of a club, then if you give them financial donations, the government will know who you are. And then I said, and why shouldn't the participants be told that? Why shouldn't they? I mean, what kind of objection could you raise to standing up for the people who are going to be putting their lives and names out there, and not for the aggrandizement, not for the fame, not for the whatever that comes along with it, fame, the infamy, but because they care about our people? Those are the folks we should be caring about. And what kind of leadership criticizes those people who are saying, let's look out for the little guy in that organization? What kind of leadership is that? I mean, seriously. And then I pointed out that the NJP still had this going for them, that since they are just a club and not a party, you can still financially gift them without the government necessarily knowing who you are. So I had positive things to say, and I had some concerns about NJP. All of that was legitimate. All of it was fair, just like I was fair with Patriot Front. All of it was truth. just like I was fair with Patriot Front. And Joey says, this guy, who knows who this guy is? He's only been serving, White Wellbeing for over 2 decades. Face out there, name out there, everywhere. All the books and all of the live streaming and coming to people's aid, being in the background, supporting things, putting together, driving all over the countryside to give talks, being a member of many, many different groups, supporting even more groups than that. That some guy out there, he wants you to stop talking about, I don't want you focusing on other races of people. I want you focusing on us. If you don't like that strategy, fine. You can stick with your strategy. You talk about them all you want, Joey. I know you do. So just stick with it. I'm not putting a muzzle on you. You can go ahead and just talk about them all. You could be there. You could be there, lap goy, all you want. If that's what you want to call yourself. But I suggest that people just focus on us. And he says, and spend all your time making up lies about Patriot Front and NJP instead. Okay, so triangulating, what he's trying to do is he's trying to say, I want everybody who is a Patriot Front member or supporter and an NJP patriot or supporter to hate this guy with me. I'm identifying him, and I'm trying to rally as many people as I can to dislike this guy. Well, Joey, I don't take that very well, especially here where he goes on to say, you don't arrive at this position, i.e., caring about the lives of each individual participant. You don't arrive at this position if you are a person who is well-meaning. So therefore, he's, of course, saying that his claim is that Jason, this guy, no white guilt, is just trying to harm service to white well-being, is just trying to harm those who are trying to do good things for our people. That's all. That's what Joey is claiming about me. As he puts down the fajuela, takes off that big hat, comes over to, steps down from the stage and the troupe there. Then he says, you only do it if you are a wrecker engaging in white well-peeing. You only do it if you are a wrecker. So he's telling everybody who is a participant in Patriot Front and NJP that I have lied about them and that I am trying to wreck them. This is what Joey is saying. A fajuela is a high-pitched guitar used in a certain type of band. And he's telling all these people why? Because he wants to rally them against me. This is pernicious, and this is infantile, this engaging in white well-peeing. Folks, all along I could have been saying about NJP that they're just a bunch of NJPers, that they just go around NJPing all day long. But I don't say that they're NJPers and that they're NJPing all day long because I'm not a child. I'm an adult white man. NJPers and NJPing could have appeared on every show that I have done since NJP came out. I could have been on every interview saying NJPers. I could be saying right now that Joey is an NJPer and he's NJPing when he's writing out these stupid little destroy going free community posts on his Telegram. But I'm an adult, and so I don't say NJPers and NJPing. This is the message I have for Joey and the whole little crew over there, is that the leadership there is that grow up. Stop behaving like children. I know that you specialize in coarse, scatological humor, but do not wallow in your exiguousness. Be bigger than a child. Be more mature than a 10-year-old. You all can do your thing. I stopped talking about you all a long time ago. I gave my concerns about some of the things that were going on. On behalf of the members, you hate that I give a concern or that I have a concern and that I speak to a concern. On behalf of the participants of the NJP, you obviously hate, or you would like everybody who participates and is a member of Patriot Front, you would like them to hate me and endeavor to destroy this community. But it is, I see that after I gave my concerns and also my well wishes, etc., that you all have continued month after month after month, endeavoring to burn down this community. And look at what we still have done and created here in service to white well-being. Look at how much we have achieved. What is there to be derived about you, Joey, and what your endeavors are as you continue to attempt to burn down and destroy and rally people against me and this community? So I'm going to ask you one final time to stop, to go on with your discussions about puppies and do your own thing and go away. Stop trying to burn us down. Stop trying to misrepresent me. Stop telling people that you won't work with them. Oh yeah, Joey has been telling people that he won't work with them if they work with me. So the jealousy runs very deep. Get over your jealousy, Joey. Get over your jealousy and grow up. Go your own way. Do your own thing. Concern for the well-being of those who are following you is not a bad thing. And that's all I have to say about Joey. And what is this BS? All right, I'm going to get a screenshot right now. This is dumb. This is claiming that you all know that when the Patriot Front people got pissed off, or those who were claiming to be Patriot Front or speaking out in defense of Patriot Front or whoever they were, decided to get pissed off because I gave criticism and shared some concern about the well-being of their participants, they began speaking endlessly about me being on YouTube. How is he on YouTube? Why is he on YouTube? He shouldn't be allowed on YouTube. And then I received a strike on YouTube. And I received a strike on YouTube from people going back 4 years ago in my videos, and then mass reporting. So I wonder who it was. I mean, I have no evidence that it was absolutely anybody associated with NJP. I mean, maybe it was anti-whites who saw, hey, let's drive a wedge here, and we're going to do this right now. But then again, the anti-whites, I'm nothing to them, right? Because the big boys like Joey are the ones that they're concerned with. So maybe it was somebody who supports or was or in NJP or a group of them or whatever, because in the midst of all of that, I suddenly get a strike. I haven't had a strike in well over a year on that channel. And all of a sudden, a strike shows up on a 4-year-old video. And so I had to stream on somebody else's channel a condensed video of what I had to say in that longer going free. And because of the lies that were being said by people like Joey Jordan. And so I condensed it. I did it over there. I appealed the strike, and the strike was lifted. And so now you have these people saying, oh, it's not real. He really didn't get a strike. He just made that up to make NJP look bad. So let's see if I can't. find this right now and put this issue to bed, because I'm sure if I don't, then, you know, Joey will be saying that it wasn't real either. No, wrong one. Close that. Oh, no, I don't want to close that. This. Sorry about that, folks. It's just going to take a minute because I'm not. So this was, let me remove this. That was the strike that these losers are saying never happened. So end of that conversation. I'll take a look at what you all have to say now, and then we're going to keep rolling because it's already 7:30. Time is flying here on the East Coast of the United States. Roy Danton says, brother, had I discovered NJP before you, I might have actually become an anti-white. Wow, listen to that. Roy Danton, who has done so much good for white well-being, so much good for Western kind, saying here that if he had discovered NJP before the practice of going free, he may have ended up becoming an anti-white. He says, I've never given them any money, but seen quite a few clips that were shared for free on social media. My impression was that they seemed to claim that you have to either, and he's typing the rest of the message now, so we'll wait until that comes in, completely give up your life, he says, and everything you ever accomplished, or be anti-white, or, quote, illegitimate. So this is Roy's opinion on NJP. He says here, I've never given them any money, but I've seen quite a few clips that were shared for free on social media. My impression, this is Roy Danton, was that they seem to claim that you have to either completely give up your life and everything you ever accomplished, or be anti-white, or you are illegitimate. I, on the other hand, in the practice of going free, and Roy is a great example of it, Roy came out of a gaming world where he spent, by his own words, thousands of dollars on gaming. He came out of that environment. He has been a mod here, advocating. He made videos, advocating for white well-being, with these effective tools all on 2 different continents. He's financially gifted white well-being. This guy has been an epic champion. And in service to white well-being, we want you to get smarter, stronger, bigger, wealthier. We have people getting wealthier, building their families, finding their one true love, raising glorious families and empowering those families so that they become the heartbeat of a living practice in service to our people. That's what we want. I've seen this sort of thing before where they say, and regrettably, it appeals to a lot of young men. And I'm not saying that NJP has said this, by the way. Unlike Joey, who's going to just flat out lie about me, I always leave room for where I might be wrong. And so I don't know if NJP is actually saying that to anybody. What I am saying, though, is that it's very easy, and I've seen it many times over the years, these organizations, they'll come up and they'll say, you've got to sacrifice everything you've ever had. You've got to put your name, you got to just, everything has to be put on the line for this march or for this event or for this rally, everything, your whole life. And then the leaders at the top of that, they look magnificent when it's all over because their lives are already pissed away. They're either they've got no hope of getting a job anywhere else, or they're already working for the government, and that's why they're saying such stupid things. But they look good because they were able to get a bunch of people out. And then behind them, there is this long trail of wrecked lives, this long trail of wreckage, and essentially what becomes the detritus of what would have been wonderful people, families, children, and generations of service to white well-being. Now, I'm not saying that is the motivate. I'm not in the heads. Unfortunately, Joey seems to think that he knows everything about me. I'm not going to say that I know everything about him. And I'm not saying that he is of this mindset, but there are plenty of people out there who are empowering themselves and making themselves look good. They've got nothing else going on in their lives by galvanizing people, inflaming them with doom documenting and doom dissecting, and then getting them to do stupid things that destroy their lives. And this is like the ultimate misery loves company. We all need to be impoverished at the bottom of the economic scale and hated by our community. And again, I'm not saying that that's happening with NJP or Patriot Front, and where their desire to do good for Western kind comports with my morality, I support it 100% without reservation. I don't know where those things might be, but where they do, if they do, then I support it without reservation. But I mean, I've really shown a lot of self-control when it comes to Joey and the others. I mean, at least I haven't heard anything about Thomas from Patriot Front trying to rally people to, I mean, who knows, maybe I will end up finding something, but I haven't heard anything about him trying to rally people to destroy all the good work that we're doing for white well-being. But I have heard it about Joey, and we see the evidence. Anyhow. Yeah, that's right. He's a baby. Joey, I'm too much of an adult to say that you are a baby kangaroo. So I will not do that. I am not into the lowbrow, childish humor. That's for other people to engage in. I will continue to do this, and I ask you to just go off and do your thing. Hey, succeed. You want to do something as epic as we are doing? Well, go right ahead. Go do something as epic as we are doing and have done, and then you can say to the world, see that no white guilt guy, he just didn't know what he was talking about. Instead of trying to triangulate against me, trying to get all of the members of NJP and Patriot Front. I mean, that has told us a lot about you. You need a baptism if you are going to continue to serve in any white sympathetic way without this baggage on you forever. Then you're going to have a come to Jesus moment and say, well, I shouldn't be trying to triangulate and destroy this guy in this community that, after all, is doing so good. And after all, is just concerned with the people who are participating and whether or not their lives are going to end up being ruined. All right. Anyhow, White Calling is asking, who is Joey? Joey, I'm not going to say that he is an NJPer or that he's NJPing, and I'm not going to say that he is a baby kangaroo because I am an adult Westman, and I won't say those things. He goes by the nom de guerre Eric Stryker, I think is what it is. Definitely Stryker. So who is here? Let's have some fun. Brandon, Blitz, Robert, Almanacs. I mean, who else? In all seriousness, folks, I want you to reflect upon this. We got people of all strata here. We have people who are the heads of surgical practices. We have people here who are the heads of law firms. We have people here who are bricklayers. We have people here who are welders. We have people here who are pilots. We have people here who are in the military, in militaries all across the West, not just the United States. We have people here who are in political parties. We have mature adults in the room who are here. And I want to ask all of those folks of all what we have wonderful fathers and or mothers who are staying home, rearing the family, the most important job there is in Western civilization, more important than the presidency. All strata of folks are here, teachers, everything. and warriors, lovers, poets, musicians. We've got it all. I want to ask all of you, where would we be today with this much success in the lives of individual people, in the lives of families, in growing communities, for the recapture of our people, pushing the lexicon successfully into the mainstream? Never been done. A statement here or a statement there is not, over all the years, is not pushing it into the mainstream. Now it's everywhere because of our outreach teams and all that we're doing here, the books, the traveling, the endless effort, the endless expense, going without sleep, going to areas that are dangerous to speak, going to places that, I didn't know if I was going to be, this is going to be the time where I would joke. I would say to people, well, this is where they're going to find the body. Doing all of this over all of these years, how much, and we accomplished all of this against this current of people like Joey Jordan and others, so many others. And I really hope that Joey comes to a coming to Jesus moment and openly, publicly says, all right, he's gonna stop. He's not going to try to destroy going free anymore. That where would we be if it weren't for that headwind? How much further along would we be today? How much more powerful would our people be today? You can go deeper with it. How many rapes of our women and young men are going to take place because we are not further along in the reclamation of our destiny? And we are not further along because of all of this undermining activity, all of this sort of triangulation. I'm constantly getting fed the reality of this stuff from these different groups of people. And I never take anything from a one-off unless the person, I absolutely know the person and I trust them. I would trust them with a child. And by the way, I'll get back to the child thing in a moment, but I would trust them with my child. Otherwise, I wait for multiple. I'm the fairest guy that you are going to ever, in the category of the fairest guys and gals that you are ever going to meet. I'm in that category with all of those other super fair people. And are you sure that's what he's saying? Are you or she's saying? Are you sure that's what I need? Other sources of information before I make a determination. Where would we be today? How many more people are going to have to be harmed? How many more children? This is where I think that a lot of people, maybe with lower IQs, they can't compute. It doesn't occur to them. They don't see the countless ripples and consequences of, well, we'll just burn this guy down. We'll just get a strike on his channel. We'll just on and on the garbage that they do. We're just going to go into every chat group and slander him. We're just lie about everything that they're doing over there. We're just going to say it's a cult. We're just going to shut them down. How many children, white children, are going to suffer as a consequence of us not being further along than we would have been if all of that wasn't taking place? And I know that all of these good people that are watching, from everything from the bricklayer to the head of the surgical practices and all of this, I know that every single one of them is going to be able to say, holy cow, exactly. How much further, how many more things are going to have to be destroyed, white erased, lives harmed, lives lost, because we are not further along? Okay, and what I wanted to say about this, the other thing that the child thing that these dirtbags are trying now is this, and I want to remind everybody because you'll be hit with it as well, is this, well, how many children does Jason have? Ergo, everything he says is wrong. I mean, you do not debate with somebody like this. You do not debate them. How many women, it's how, if he doesn't have tons of children, we have a name for this. It's called the major category that it's in is called road blocking. The subcategory is called virtue trapping. Anti-whites do it to us all the time. And so that's why we talk about it. Regrettably, people who are white sympathetics out there sometimes do it as well. So where Jason made a 45-minute video and giving his concerns and making unimpeachable arguments. But how many kids does he have? You shouldn't listen to this guy. It's virtue trapping. What anti-whites and white sympathetics that are scumbags trying to destroy the good work we're doing, what they're trying to do by that is they're trying to occupy you with so much with one of the virtues, one of the things that we consider noble and wonderful, that you can't do anything else. They're trying to say that you're illegitimate because you have not been as supremely virtuous in all of your virtue categories. And so therefore, he's invalid, she's invalid. We see this all the time. When somebody says something like this, you just tell them that they're virtue trapping and go to hell. That's the response. You're not going to allow them to virtue trap you. You're not going to allow them to virtue trap Jason, and they can just go straight to hell. How many children? All right. Let me go ahead and refresh this screen. And bass guitarist is here. And I heard that he was such a champ on the guitar. I've got to watch you play, brother. He's also building, or built, it's finished, but I guess, you know, they're still working at it. A platform, a streaming platform. I want to be able to stream there simultaneously. And here we have somebody who is one of the moderators. Did a great job deleting the comment of somebody who is one of the white sympathetic dirtbags, Flabba. And I guess you can just go ahead and kick him out of the house at this point, right? Individual wrote that Joey is right, Jason. Right about what? He didn't make an argument. You see, they just want to destroy that which works. They just want to destroy that which benefits our people. And, you know, at some point, you've got to call these people out. And I have had enough. And I told people who consider Joey to be a friend of theirs, I told them before I did this that, hey, I know this guy's your friend, but he is triangulating. He's trying to rally all of these people to destroy the good work that we're doing here. And every single one of them who considers Joey a friend, a personal friend, said he is absolutely wrong in what he's doing. Every single one of those people. So, and then you have this person who's probably a government agent and just jumping in to cause problems. So, bye-bye. At some point, it needs to be said. So there are going to be a lot of these challenges. They don't end. I mean, you have to imagine the jealous are going to just continue to attack because of their jealousy. And the anti-whites, of course, because they want us to fail. They want us all to look like 1930s people because of what that presents to the general population. So I hope you all appreciate, I mean, because I think most of you here are not going, you're going to see this. You're not going to not notice this. But I am, my face, my name, I am out in the vanguard against demented, jealous people, and more importantly, against, I'll just say potentially, we'll talk, we'll ask CNN, government actors. What do you think they're saying? If they're saying anything across the Potomac and the J. Edgar Hoover building, if they're saying anything, what do you think they're saying about me? Because they want, especially with this Biden administration, declaring war on white people who are not anti-white enough. Do you really honestly appreciate the kind of danger that I put myself in destroying what they have built, which is this wonderful little ghetto where people just chase their tail, acting antique nitwittery as best they can, because those folks, if it's FBI or any of those folks are involved, if they are, as CNN, they need it to be that way so that the rest of the white population never joins us. Do you fully appreciate the danger I put myself in? You do not screw up what the intelligence community is doing and are not in serious danger. All right? I hope everybody can appreciate that. You do not speak to the population in a way that undermines what the official intelligence communities want to do and are not in grave danger by doing so. So I hope everybody appreciates what we are doing here and what it really means. There is no way out for me in this. There's no way to say, well, but what we really are going to do is this over here, which comports perfectly with what the FBI or the intelligence community would want, and therefore I gain a reprieve, and then I don't do any of that. I attack everything that they could possibly want. You know, they want every single name. They are, you know, the FBI. Some of these things are things I shouldn't be saying, but I've got to say it because I have so many of these jealous people. Jealous, that's what it comes down to. I won't even call them losers. They're just jealous. Jealous people trying to destroy everything I'm doing and what we're doing, what you champions are doing. I'm doing this while contending with and defeating what the intelligence community in the United States of America would want if they're doing anything. You have to ask CNN. And that is, they want bodies for Biden. They want bodies for Biden. There's an anti-white narrative, and they need people to be the monsters that go to jail. And then, wait a second, there's some guy right in Virginia, right across the Potomac, who's telling people not to do any of that stuff, and they're listening. He's screwing up what we're doing here. People with limitless resources, people who can fake everything under the sun, video, audio, everything. People who can disappear you legally. I hope everybody appreciates, especially people like that prick who was probably one of their agents. If they're doing anything, you ask CNN. I hope everybody appreciates the kind of danger that puts a person in. Christ almighty. It's just, look, I got to say this also. And then I got to turn the AC on because the temperature's soaring in here now. But I got to say this. When I was, maybe I was just blessed. Maybe this was just another one of the ways I guess I was blessed by the good Lord or lords who clearly support us. But when I came in to the white sympathetic sphere, I didn't have any money to join groups as a teenager, and I started just helping groups. But I was respectful of everyone who had been in the white sympathetic sphere for longer than I had, and very respectful of those who, even if they were dumb, I could tell how dumb they were. They had the dumbest things to say, but they were here and they were sacrificing. And even if they were just peddling with no chain, I still gave them respect because of what they had done. I never talked to them the way these jealous youngsters speak to me and about me. These newcomers speak to me and about me. As I got a little older and had served in many marches, at many rallies, passed out thousands and thousands of leaflets, contributed in a great many ways, I began also contributing some ideas respectfully. I don't think this is going to work. I think that will work. I don't think this works because of these reasons. I think that this other thing will work. And in the beginning, I was open, and I'm still open today, but certainly in the beginning, I was open to being wrong. And I listened to what they had to say, people with wisdom. Who are these little shits who come along and disrespect the hell out of people. You know that these are no good SOBs. Every single one of them. They have no respect. They're going to march off. We're going to go march off, or we're going to go have a political rally somewhere, and we're going to go do the glorious thing. But you have no respect for somebody who's been on the front lines for as long or longer than you've been alive. People who have lost teeth in fights, in fist fights. You've no respect for that? Scum. They are not worth the name white sympathetic. No respect whatsoever. And what makes it much worse is how late the hour is, with the Biden administration looking for bodies and screwing up what they do. You know what? If you say you can go out, and I'll just reveal a few more things. You can go out and you can talk all you want about puppies, as long as you then say that there's no way to really change things. No way to really change things until everybody knows about the puppies. If you do that, the people in the IC community, the intelligence community, they'll leave you alone, because the message that you're conveying is a defeatist message that will never rouse Western kind. They're fine with that. You can go out and you could talk about victim groups all you want. In fact, on YouTube for a very long time, you were allowed to talk about a lot of things that would get people like this deleted, as long as your audience was big enough and you gave one part of your message, I'm sure unintentionally, one part of your message was a message that defeated those who were subscribing to it. So as long as you make the intelligence community happy, then you'll be allowed to do whatever you want, whether you know that you've made them happy or not. And some of them do. Just look back at history, how many times we find out that people actually end up, they either start out or are pressed into service at some point. That's why I always say you never trust anybody but for the fruits that they produce for white well-being. That's it. But here I am, not giving anybody a way out, telling people how to contend and defeat everything that the intelligence community could want if they wanted anything. And nobody sees the gravity of that. Nobody says, Jesus, that they could just disappear him. The Patriot Act gives them the opportunity to do that. Seditions Act gives them the opportunity to do that. Anyhow. All right, that's my opinion on those who have no respect. And again, my hand is out to Joey. If he wants to go public and say he's going to put an end to this shit, he's not going to this crap, and he's not going to continue trying to destroy me and the good work that we're doing, then good. If he doesn't, well, then you know him for the fruits that he's producing. I think that's pretty obvious. Who would want to destroy that which is working?
You mistreated me. I tried to be fair, but you don't believe in doing your share. But I've learned my lesson, and now I can say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away. Your movies don't thrill me like they used to do. Your words only chill me. I'm glad that we're through. My heart was yearning, but now I can say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away. You fooled me a while. You thought you were wise. You even believed I fell for your lies. But the trick's turned on you. Now gladly I say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, it's dying away. Your movies don't thrill me like they used to do. Your words only chill me. I'm glad that we're through. My heart, it was yearning, but now I can say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away, is dying away. Take the wind and ride across the cold abiding night. Take a heart and build its fortress. And we live. Don't you see the meaning of our lives? Don't you know that we'll live again? And you know that it's the truth. Yes, you know that that's the way it's always been. And you know that it's the truth. Yes, you know that's the way it's always been. Take the wind and ride to our new tomorrow, for we are no less the crown of nature. So we live. Now you hold the meaning of our lives. Now you know our kind will never end. It feels like we're taking flight again. 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 It feels like we're taking flight again.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says. What exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. All right, we got a lot to do and a little time to do it. So we are going to place a call to the great Baldur really quickly. Here it goes. Hello, brother.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Oh, great.
Fabulous. Great to see you. Thank you for your service to White Wellbeing.
Don't mention it.
That's a champion right there. Luke Mason said the same. I think it was Luke. We were talking once about. I was just like, we're just some white guys. Or no, was it Donald Ken? I can't remember. I think it was Luke. We're just some white guys, and this is what white guys do. We just save Western civilization, and that's how Baldur is, folks. He's like, I'm just going to translate the entire lexicon into Icelandic. Don't worry about it. That's what a real hero does. It's when you score the goal, the winning goal, and you just walk away. You're like, yeah, that's my job. That's what I do. Then that's a badass right there. But you have a surprise, you said, for me. Would you like to take a look first at the, I guess, a couple of the words, or you want to get straight to the surprise? What is it?
The surprise.
All right.
I have started translating the lexicon into Afrikaans.
Oh my gosh, that is fantastic! Wow.
I've sent you the document on Skype.
Oh wow.
I would say it's actually easier than translating it into Icelandic because, well, Icelandic is a very old language, and going from English to Icelandic is quite difficult, to be honest.
Right.
But Afrikaans is so much, it's much more similar to English, and it doesn't have these inflections for the nouns. And yeah, I can just kind of directly translate most of this, but I would very much like to talk to some Boer, some Afrikaner, and show him the translations. I would very much like a feedback and help our people in South Africa with the lexicon in Afrikaans in any way I can. So if you can get me in touch with someone, I would be very grateful.
Yes, we will. Everybody listening, you just heard what Baldur had to say. Let's make that happen. Reach out. Baldur, are you on Twitter or?
No, don't use that.
Okay.
I'm on Telegram.
Telegram.
If you can join the
A White Wellbeing chat, the open chat. Are you there?
well, okay, you can send me an email. I'll just have to make some Proton Mail account. On like public, I don't have any public email.
Right.
Only personal email. I'm not going to share that.
No, don't do that, because then you get inundated and you'll
Mhm.
suffer with all the folks who want to just get a hold of you for a conversation, which is good, but still. All right. You won't be able to get to the work you're trying to get to. So why don't we'll just take, is this it right here? Is that it or no? Can you see the screen?
Yeah, it's a few seconds behind.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
this is the Icelandic.
Oh, that is the Icelandic. Wrong one. Okay. Is that the? So you just sent me then the Afrikaans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not complete, and I do not speak Afrikaans, but I can see, I can read it. It's sort of like reading Swedish for me, because I know some German and English and Icelandic and a little Scandinavian languages, so I can read Afrikaans.
How about that? Was that what you just sent me? When it comes up on your screen?
Hold on. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is it.
All right. Well, would you like to talk about a couple of those before we let you go to bed? Or we could jump right over
maybe
to
just the most important ones is, of course, the Antiwhite and anti-blanche, or either anti-blanke. I'm not sure if it's anti-blank or anti-blanche for anti-white.
Ah, okay, I see it. Yes.
But
so, folks, if you speak this language, I'm going to help Baldur out doing this. This is a magnificent project that this hero of Western kind is jumping in on. The Lexicon that's helping so many people, wanting to bring it to all of our brothers and sisters all around the world. Baldur, the champion. We'll have a statue to the stars in Iceland one of these days. He has thrown his hat into the ring, the contest. He wants to participate. He knows this is how to change. This is what a real hero looks like. All you young men out there, this is what a real hero looks like. He gets in and he does real things that are pragmatic. And this is going to help every single one of our folks, from our strongest power lifters that win every Olympic powerlifting meet, all the way down to our little babies who have cancer. This is going to help everybody. So God bless you, brother. Well, why don't we do this? So they know now then, and you are in the White Wellbeing group on Telegram, is that right?
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So folks can talk to you there. You're going to come up with a public email that we can share, and we can share there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
This is so fantastic.
Yeah.
This is
I'm also
magnificent.
in contact with other white well-being advocates who speak other European languages, and we are brainstorming about the Lexicon. We're working on French and Spanish. It's very exciting.
Oh my
I'm very
gosh.
happy to be a part of it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I am all smiles behind the Afrikaans that's on the screen. You can see the smiles in my sunflower over there behind me. That is so glorious. Let's just have this message today. This message go out. When we bring you back next week, we'll go more over the Icelandic that you have with you, because we are running short on time. It's already 8:13 here, and it's very late for you in Iceland. But my God, so Baldur, folks, think about this. This is what going free is, and what it does. It empowers people. He's taken this upon himself. He's up in the middle of the night, and he's here with us going free, and he says, I'm going to make sure that this lexicon that works gets into as many of our brothers and sisters' mouths as possible. That's a true champion. That's taking the bull by the horns. God bless you, Baldur. Let's get a really wild, raucous round of emojis for this champion, Baldur, and we'll have you back. We'll have you back next week. And I've actually been talking with people about what I'm going to end up doing is just having the entire final hour. But for you, of course, you'll come on earlier, but the entire final hour will just be up to calls And anybody, if there isn't any calls, then I'll just chat with the audience, and that's what we'll do from now on with going free. So we incorporate as many people as possible.
So,
go for it.
Okay, so should we just go to the Icelandic then?
Yep.
Just 3 words?
Yep.
Okay. We ended at the anti-white regime, so the anti-white screed.
All right. How do we pronounce that?
Okay. Okay, so that is hið andhvíta málæði.
One more time, nice and slow.
Hið andhvíta málæði.
Well, and now, was that an easy one to translate?
No.
Oh, it's very difficult. Okay.
So, first of all, it has to rhyme deed and screed, and I actually managed to make it rhyme.
Wow.
So I was very happy about that. Yeah. So, deed, I translated it as framræði, and then screed málæði. So, æði, both the same.
That is
framræði, málæði. So I was very happy about that.
I'm very happy about that. Everybody who cares about our people is very happy. But that is exciting that you were able to tease that out of the language so that you could have it even rhyme. That is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
All right, next one, brother.
Anti-white slur. I have changed it. Do you have the updated version?
I don't know. I don't think I have that copy.
No, you don't have. Okay. So it's fúkyrði on your end, but I changed it to meiðyrði. Meiðyrði.
Okay.
Andhvít meiðyrði.
And now what's the reason for that change?
Fúkyrði is more of a curse word, but meiðyrði, now when I think of it, meiðyrði is something that ruins your reputation.
Very
destroys
good.
Your character. Yeah. So fúkyrði, no.
Perfect.
I mean, I suppose it could work, but meiðyrði is definitely it, I think.
Perfect. Yeah, that definitely.
As you can hear, it's not completely. It's not complete yet. I would say it's like 90 to 95% complete. But it's fine. It's good to brainstorm with you. I can also get your input on it. It helps.
Yeah,
it
absolutely.
Really did. Because actually, I've fixed 2 words. The anti-white precept, I changed it from forsendur to frumsendur. We talked about it.
Okay.
Was it 2 weeks ago now?
Yes.
I changed it from forsendur to frumsendur. Forsenda is more of a premise, but frumsenda is definitely more.
I see. Okay.
Preset, yeah.
Perfect.
And then abstractionist, I have changed it to óhlutbundingi.
That sounds really interesting. Say that again for us.
Óhlutbundingi.
Wow. Wow.
It sounds. Yeah. What?
Go ahead now. Go ahead.
No, it just sounds better than the other óhlutstæðingur. People did not quite understand that, but óhlutbundingi might resonate. But I mean, it's in the testing phase. If not, then just abstractionist, and people will understand it.
Well, yeah, precisely. This is exactly what we're talking about. You are the right man for the right hour, brother. Because, and I suspect that more will come to your help. The right folks, right men and women for the right hour. Because that's exactly what we're saying. We need the tongue that it is spoken in to convey what we're saying. Because the concept is what's freeing the mind. And if it cannot be said in the native tongue, then just the English version and then the concept described, where necessary, where folks just wouldn't automatically get it. And it sounds like, we talked about last time we were on together. I mean, IQ is very high there, so I suspect that just about everybody there also speaks some to measure of English to fluent, easy with English. So yeah, being able to say it that way for them, if it's not said perfectly, it doesn't convey the exact same thing in Icelandic. So that is, gosh, how glorious How magnificent. Well, another tremendous victory. And this, again, folks, this is people who of consequence are watching, and they're seeing the communities building and people volunteering and stepping up and it happening organically. And so it's going to be, for a while, it's going to be, us folks with a regular amount of dough each. And but in the future, who knows? Who knows? We're going places. But brother, any final thoughts tonight, and we'll have you back next week.
We have one left, the anti-white terror troops, don't we?
Oh yeah, okay, hit it.
Okay, so it's andhvítar ógnarsveitir.
Oh wow, that
Ógnarsveitir.
And now, does that convey the entirety of terror troop?
So terror is ógn, or something that is terrifying is ógnvekjandi.
Okay.
Ógn. So a terrorist is hryðjuverkamaður. I did not want to use that word. I wanted to use ógn. Ógn is something like that frightens you, terrorizes you. Ógn.
Yeah,
and sveit is a troop.
Oh, perfect.
Can be like sveit. Can be also a squad, but I mean troopers, sveitir, troops, sveitir. Yeah, it works. I have used it in conversations and people understand it, so
perfect.
That's what I'm aiming at. That's the metric that I'm using. If people, buy it, then great.
Well, that's it. That's exactly how it's supposed to be done. What a difference, folks, compared to what things they used to be like. People would just sit down and they would draw up like we're gonna have a group and we're gonna draw up a constitution and nothing is ever tested. Nothing is ever put into the environment and then seen if it works. And this is what we have been doing all along. It's what the white man does, and we're doing it here in service to white well-being. And Baldur is doing the exact same thing with these translations. This is how it has to be. Doesn't matter if you think, by the way, folks, and you can see with Baldur how he's doing this. This is the Aristotelian way. It doesn't matter what the dictionary might say. It's what the actionable definition of these things are in the public. So he's using it with people. Do people get it? Does it make sense? Is the concept conveyed? Then if so, then it sticks. If not, if it's questionable, then he's looking elsewhere. Brother, you are a true champion, and I love having you on every single week.
Thank you.
All right, man. We're
Good to be here.
We're gonna let you go this week, but we will see you next week, and we'll get to you earlier.
Okay.
All right, man. Promethean Hails, have a good night.
Promethean Hails, good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, folks, right over to Rory. We're going to keep rolling here because we got some other work to do before we're done.
Good evening, Jason.
Good evening, brother. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you. I wanted to. I was going to bring this subject up 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
When you were doing your Independence Day stream, because it revolves around the Boston Tea Party, which I thought you and your audience might find interesting. And then, of course, last week you had Carlisle on.
Yeah.
And it was getting a bit late. But I thought, actually, strangely enough, this kind of fits in with her homeschooling thing. But so I'd like to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Who do you think threw the tea into the harbor? Oh,
well, now I think there's probably something here I don't know that you're about to educate me on. Who threw the tea into the harbor?
Well, I believe it's an interesting one because it goes back to the oldest, longest-standing regiments in the world.
Okay.
And there's and I thought I understand you're ex-military.
That's right.
And I imagine that some of your audience are as well, or even serving military.
Yeah, precisely. Without question, I can guarantee you that's the case.
So I thought I'd start off. Yeah, the oldest longest serving military body in the world is the Pontifical Swiss Guard. They were founded in 1506 by Pope Julius II. The second oldest one is the Honourable Artillery Company of London. They were founded in 1537 by King Henry VIII. And the third one, and this is where it relates to the Tea Party, was the Ancient and Honourable Artillery Company of Boston, Massachusetts. They were founded in 1638 under Governor John Winthrop. And they're actually now situated in Faneuil Hall in Boston. So I'd like to say, if anyone's from New England or anywhere near Boston or goes there for a day, please visit Faneuil Hall. It is a fantastic building from 1743. And the Ancient and Honourable Artillery Company, they actually have the fourth floor, and that is their sort of regimental museum. And they have an amazing collection of documents, firearms, flags, I mean, you name it. It's all there. But anyway, this is the connection between the two, is that the Ancient Honourable Artillery Company was founded by a Robert Keane. And he was an ex-member of the Honourable Artillery Company of London. Hence its name, which is now colloquially known as the Ancient and Honourables. But yeah, moving on 100 years or so to the Boston Tea Party, I actually have in front of me a book which was published by the Ancient and Honourables in 1903.
Okay.
And I was wondering if I could read a paragraph,
Please.
regarding the Boston Tea Party.
Yes, please.
Okay. About that time, little Benny Russell, peeping through the woodhouse window, saw his father and a neighbour smearing each other's face with lamp black and red ochre. What could that mean? Were they turning into Indians? It goes on. Near 6 o'clock, the captain of a tea ship appeared at the church, announced finally that the governor would not permit him to sail away. Sam Adams, I presume that's the Samuel Adams,
Yeah.
rose then and announced, "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country." Instantly, a shout was heard. A war whoop made the windows quiver, and a band of Mohawks, in inverted commas, rushing past the door like a gust of wind, hurried off towards Griffin's Wharf. Crowds followed. Everybody turned out, yet there was no rioting. Guards were regularly posted to keep the spies away, and for about 3 hours, a vast throng looked on with solemn attention, while the painted and befeathered warriors boarded the tea ships, raised the hatches, broke the cargoes, and emptied about 350 chests of upas plants into the harbour. 9 of these Mohawks appear on the rolls of the artillery company, and we are told that the apprentices of 2 other members came home late that night with something like tea sprinkled on the rims of their hats. So I thought you might enjoy that.
I do.
There you could see that it's actually a military connection that goes back to 1537. But if I could just go back to the Pontifical Swiss Guard for a moment.
Yes.
Because this is where it became how I found out about this. As I said earlier, the Pontifical Swiss Guard was founded in 1506, and in 2006 they had their 500th anniversary. Okay. And I was fortunate enough to actually be invited to that.
Wow.
And the colonel at the time, I think this is how, you know, they're German Swiss in the Pontifical Swiss Guard.
Right.
And his name is Colonel Elmer Maeder, I think it is. Maedar? Is that how you pronounce it? Maeder or Maeder?
Yeah, maybe so.
Perhaps. So, anyway, this chap was unbelievable. He flew from the Vatican to Boston and said, look, I'm celebrating my 500th anniversary of my regiment. Would you like to attend? And they said, well, yes, of course we would. Love to. He said, but you better invite the Honourable Artillery Company of London as well, which he did indeed. And that was my old regiment. So that's how my wife and I ended up at Vatican to celebrate this anniversary, which was basically the swearing in of new recruits. And they normally just do it in their own little barracks, which is next door to the Vatican. But this was so big, it had to take place in St. Peter's Square.
That is...
So what was... yeah, sorry, carry on, Jason.
No, please, continue.
So, I mean, what was amazing about this was this man, I mean, he must have got permission from the Pope to do this, because this was the first time that foreign troops had ever been invited to the Vatican.
Wow.
Ever.
Wow.
You know? So it was a big one. And I mean, some of the veterans of the Swiss Guard, they actually marched over the Swiss Alps for 300 or miles.
Oh my gosh.
So it is to Rome. You know, it was a huge event. And I think the point I was going to make, Jason, was that, I mean, this wasn't, all right, it was a celebration of regimental histories, but it was also, you know, a great celebration of Western kind coming together. You know, we all met up and got on with each other. And, in his speech, Colonel Elmer, he turns around before the main celebration and he says, look, it doesn't matter if you're Protestant or Catholic. The main thing is that we serve.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, I mean, that was something, I'll remember that for the rest of my life.
I bet. What a magnificent honor.
Thing.
Yeah, what a magnificent honor to be able to be a part of that. Something so historic. What year was it?
2006. So yeah, I'm going back 15 years, Jason. I'm old enough to be your father, just in case you didn't realize.
Well, that's nothing wrong with that whatsoever, brother. That is how glorious. And you're absolutely right. You felt the harmony of our people, of our biospirit. It didn't matter that we were coming from these different areas and these different regiments. That was
I think there was, I can't remember their names, but there was a French regiment, or the oldest French and the oldest Spanish regiment as well. There, I didn't really get to talk to them much, but it was absolutely fantastic time. And the Italians loved it. I remember after the ceremony, my regimental band, they were marching from the Vatican to St. Peter's Square to Castel Sant'Angelo, which is, I suppose, 300-400 yards. And my wife and I, we fall in behind them and follow them up the road. And all these Italians, it was in May, I think, they're all out, you know, drinking, having their drinks outside the cafes and things. And they're all applauding us, and they absolutely love it.
Wow.
Yeah, it was such a good get-together. But anyway, my main point was just to tell you a little bit of history about the Boston Tea Party.
Well, I love it, and thank you so much for sharing. That's a really wonderful story, and absolutely, because it ties right into that natural instinct that we have and how it's fulfilled and satisfied by being able to be with our own people, our own kind, irrespective. In fact, it was more glorious because it was all of these different hues of what we can create, and they were all there together. The sameness of our biospirit, but then this variety of blooms that bloom stalk brings forth. God, that's a
yes, I mean, from all around Europe and from the USA.
That's beautiful. God, thank you so much for sharing that and with us. And you're right. It could fit any day of the year. But it was a wonderful little part of that book that you shared as well. Our histories, we're writing them now, brother, and we'll be the ones that they talk about and smile back on. Like me, I can't stop smiling ear to ear as you're telling me about these things. And we'll be the folks that they'll look back on because we chose to be heroes in an age when there are so many cowards. But God bless you, brother. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for going free, and you are always welcome.
Just very lastly, Jason, I don't know whether you're planning a Thanksgiving stream, but there's actually some very interesting stories about the first Thanksgiving, and it is absolutely nothing like they teach in American schools. I can tell you that now.
Well, we are going to be looking forward to hearing what you will share when Thanksgiving rolls around.
Well, it's not too far away, is it?
No, it's not. It's going to sneak up us to be here before we know it.
Exactly. Okay. God bless you, Jason.
God bless you, Rory. Thank you so much. We'll talk soon. Promethean hails.
Up to you.
Bye-bye, brother. That is magnificent. Boy, champions. We're in the UK. We're in Iceland. We are in South Africa. We are in the South. We are in Romania. We are in Sweden. Mr. Bloom is asking, is Rory on Telegram? Rory, are you on Telegram? Can you jump into the live stream and speak to Mr. Bloom? Euro Yankee is with us. Patrick of Southtown and Brandon, James, we saw you earlier. Thomas, Daniel, Sterling Price, great to see you. Odin, sire, great to see you. And sliding through here, and as we do, as I look, and we're running out of time, we'll see, is Mr. V with us? If you are, message me on Skype. The great Art Acrobats, financially gifting $4.14. Thank you so much, brother. You are a real champion. We're always glad to see you. And he writes here about this new mathematics. This is a rebuttal to the anti-white mathematics. This is 7 + 7 equals I love our wonderful race. Amen to that. Amen to that. And I will keep sliding through here. American Chestnut Tree is with us. Let me get some announcements as we refresh and continue to scroll through the live chat over on YouTube to see if there's anything that anybody has tagged me with and I should speak to as we are running out of time. Okay, who just did I can't remember the 25. Is this $25? Speak up quickly. Who's the $25 financial gift? Let's get a big round of Raucous emojis for whoever financially gifted $25. I want to say Machiavelli sucks, but maybe I'm wrong. But jump into the live chat. Let me know it was you, and I will call you by your live chat name. I'll give you a moment. Tag me when you do so. For Null, let's get a big round of applause for Null. Both of those songs that we listened to just a few moments ago were the great For Null, and he is an epic, just God-sent champion in service to White Wellbeing, and he is our community share today as well. And he now has a wrench, or should have a wrench, and we'll be able to drop his link into the live chat right now, so you all can go over there, follow him, celebrate him. He's a magnificent gentleman, does a lot of great work for our people, and it's because of him that a lot of wonderful things take place. A lot of behind-the-scenes stuff happens as well. He's a brilliant guy. Amnesia says, when will the longer streams start back up? Not soon. Not soon, because we have a lot of other things to do. Did we find out who was the $25 financial gift that we just received? if one of the mods, if they saw it and I missed it, if you could tag me and tell me who it was. Brand Danger says mystery, $25. Well, perhaps that person doesn't want to be, doesn't want their live stream name associated with it, in which case I can use the name that I see here. I just want to make sure that I get the right name. We'll come back to it in a moment to see if anybody decides that they want their live stream name associated with it. And things are this way, folks, because the anti-white narrative is a fraud. We have to watch out for ourselves. We are not in charge of the West. The anti-whites are. Jumping back over to D Live really quickly, we have the great Johnny Reb is with us, financially gifting $4.04. Thank you so much, Johnny Reb. He writes, you went out of your way to make it clear that you were genuinely concerned with the well-being of Patriot Front guys. You disagreed with their tactics. That's all. I've learned more here than anywhere else. Well, thank you so much for writing that, dear brother. I really appreciate you and appreciate that financial gift and those words as well. There were so many people. I mean, I whittled it down to a 40-minute video or whatever it was, or 35-minute, 33-minute video, whatever it was, so that there would be no excuse to listen to people who were going to just lie and go into Telegram groups and say, oh, well, this guy, No I Guilt's just trying to destroy your group, and so therefore you should destroy him. Thank you so much for speaking up about what was really said there. Mr. Bloom, folks, we all know the great Mr. Bloom. We love him. And he has financially gifted $10 US. Thank you, dear brother. Promethean hails, Jason. Thanks for getting back to me. Your responses are always truly appreciated. I sent you over some more info you might find useful. God bless. I will absolutely take a look at it. And of course, thank you so much for reaching out to me with all the great info. I deeply appreciate you and your service to White Wellbeing. Hey, folks, get your raucous emojis out. Get them out. Get them loud. Get them proud. Raise the roof off this place, because Marie Curie has financially gifted $100 US. $100. Thank you so very much, dear sister. And she writes here, I want to help our brothers and sisters in South Africa. I'm absolutely horrified when I think about the danger they and their children are in and what the anti-whites could do to them. Are the Suidlanders, Simon Roche, a good choice to donate to? What do you think of the Suidlanders? Do they know about going free? Thank you for your advice. Well, my dear sister, I'm afraid that there isn't an easy answer to that. There are arguments both directions about pretty much every group down in South Africa and what they're doing. None of them are going free. None of them have an official policy of going free. There are individuals in South Africa who are desperately trying to spread the lexicon and dialectics because they need to be welded into a people on a moral high ground. They can't even find, this is how bad we are, how bad the situation is for us, ladies and gentlemen. Even when we are being ritualistically murdered, tortured and murdered, we still can't find the moral high ground. Now, do you think we need the lexicon and dialectics? For God's sake, how many more cases do I have to make? You can get as bad as babies, white babies, being ritualistically tortured and murdered. And of course, ask CNN if that's actually happening. If they say it's not, then it's not. It can get that bad, though, and white people still don't feel like they have the moral high ground, and therefore a people. So please, let's get this out as to many people as possible. And sister, I will, perhaps we'll find somebody, one of the individuals who are desperately trying to spread going free, and I'll reach out and maybe we'll be able to have them as a guest on tap, and then maybe extract some information about how you can help and what you can do. But there are a lot of different efforts out there. I know there's a wonderful woman, her name is slipping me right now, who brings South African families over to the United States. In fact, it's probably a good thing I'm not saying her name, because you know how the anti-whites and the federal government feel about saving white families. But there are people at work, and showing what you have just demonstrated here with that magnificent financial gift and the words you and the sentiments you had to share there is going to motivate people to get on their horses and make things happen. You know, bottom line is, if we can change the conversation here in the US, in the UK, elsewhere across the West, then these governments will move to help our brothers and sisters in South Africa, help us in South Africa. If we don't change the conversation in other countries like Canada, US, UK, etc., then there'll be no help for us in South Africa. Thank you so much. God bless you for that. God bless you for that sentiment. And God bless you for that wonderful financial gift. She comes back again, ladies and gentlemen, with another $5, a total of $105. Bless you. Here is the link to the video by the Suidlanders in South Africa, where Simon asks for help. I got the link, email, lots of love. Oh, she's in Germany. Well, much love to Germany from the once great state of Virginia. That's right. You are in Germany. I do remember that now. God bless you. We are all over planet Earth, ladies and gentlemen. That is the only way this is going to work. We're down to 13 and a half minutes. We got to keep rolling. I'm going to tell you quickly, I need to send a big debt of gratitude and a big thank you. Let's get a round of raucous emojis to Eric Anderson. Eric Anderson on YouTube. He has been going after these people who have been slandering me, misrepresenting me on all of these threads. I've had to delete many of these really disgusting comments, really just outrageous lies about me that have shown up by these god-awful people that regrettably people like Joey are galvanizing to come after and to destroy something that's working so well. Again, we're asking Joey to turn the other cheek and walk away and do what he's going to do and stop engendering with the message that we showed here. Stop engendering people to destroy what we're doing. Eric Anderson has been a champion. He's been at every single, it seems like almost every single comment, arguing with these people who are telling lies and misrepresenting and trying to destroy white well-being. What a champ. Thank you, brother. Let's go ahead. I want to quickly show, where is it? Do I have it up? Yes. Check that out. That's from our magnificent glass blower, ladies and gentlemen. This is the pendant that I showed you. He also made this little meme. It is wonderful. I love it. And a round of applause for our magnificent glassmith. I kind of like glassmith, even though they're not called that, but it sounds cool. Thank you so much, dear brother. Thank you for going free, for helping the people in your circles of influence. You've accomplished so much. I know you are anonymous, but you're making things happen. You are a world changer, and we appreciate that. We appreciate you, and these gifts are beyond value. Thank you so very much. And some of these will auction off for people, and I know some of you out there thinking, I'd really like to get a hold of that. One of those great medallions. We have also, before we get on to our final call, and I think that is Mr. V is with us, and he is, and we have, it's okay. Maybe I shouldn't say the rest of it, right? Because the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. Let's see really quickly. Okay, let's get a big round of raucous emojis for Noel. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the man is unstoppable. He made this, and it's going to be up on nowhiteguilt.org in the flyers section. As you all know, Mark is once again over there with PA in the UK having this campaign. I will not be saying those words because the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. But you will be able to download this, and on the appointed day, which was what? Did I say? It's somebody knows in August, near the beginning of August, they can pipe into the live chat and say it is on this day. But you can in the, okay, it's the 9th, but people can do their pictures the week before. So you can have this campaign. It is on the 9th, but you can go out. You can place a leaflet somewhere where it's legal to do so, tape it, whatever it might be, get a photograph of it. If you're going to have a photograph of yourself to post, and this is posted on your social media, and we'll share some here as well, then please blur out anything that could, if you're anonymous, that could end up unmasking you. You could hold it in your hand and get a photograph of it, post it on your social media. You could just take it digitally the way it is and post it on your social media on the 9th. But this is the great Fournel has stepped up to make this, and we hope that this campaign ends up doing a heck of a lot of good for our people all around the world. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Very important that people see that, and then they have someplace to go to get empowered thereafter. So thank you, brother. It looks like our great brother has made some more things that I won't be able to share today, but I will be sharing next week without question. Maybe on a roll-in as well. Who knows? We're just doing so much. But thank you so much, Fournel. It means so very much to me that you are one of our brothers, and you have given yourself, your talents, and so much to the cause of white well-being. I'm going to spin around back here, and we're going to jump back over. Did we ever figure out who the financial who had financially gifted me? Did they have a live chat name that they wanted to use? Okay, I don't see anything. So we are going to go ahead and give a big raucous round. We did. Raucous round of emojis already went out to the mystery financial gifter, K-Burr. Financially gifts $25 US. Thank you so very much. And writes here, anti-whiteism is failing in Cuba too. Well, well, thank you so much for that. They do seem to be having quite a bit of a shake-up. Thank you, brother. I deeply appreciate the financial gift. We're going to be going to the call in just a moment with Mr. V, and I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to take a quick look at the live stream to see if I missed anybody or anything, any questions. It's been great going through with you all, ladies and gentlemen. This is where lives get turned around. 180s take place, and therefore families are able to get turned around. Therefore, communities are able to get turned around. And it's happening on a global scale. As you can see, we have people coming in, leafleting all over the world, calling from all over the world. This is what shakes up the anti-whites. This is what makes them nervous. This is what they can't contend with in their commercials, on their news programs, in their newspapers. I think the great Mr. George I just saw go by, I think he's still here. Big round of applause for that champion and all he's doing. He's going to have another great song coming out soon. Wonderful champions from Germany, as we were just talking about, with us. First Last writes here, says financial gifts here first, because going free is the source of wisdom and the path forward. First Last is a certified genius, ladies and gentlemen, and he's writing another anthem in service to white well-being. A great gentleman. And we deeply appreciate you, First Last. Thank you so very much for your service. Looking forward to everything you have to do in service to white well-being moving forward. Looks like we got everything clear there. We're going to jump back over to here because we have the great, the one and only Brad C. is with us, folks, and financially gifting $20 US. A magnificent gentleman. Always a salute for you, brother. Thank you for your service. And he sends with that $20 financial gift a beautiful little white emoji heart. God bless you. I really appreciate that. And swivel back around here. We can make it happen. We can go on a roll and do great things and end with a splash with 5.5 minutes. Mr. V, get ready. We have Piers Taylor coming in with a $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, brother. And saying no more than that. He said everything he wanted to say with those $5 in support of white well-being. Slaughts is back again, ladies and gentlemen, with another $3 financial gift. God bless you, brother. He writes, whenever an anti-white says to me, quote, that's not what that means, close quote, such as the anti-white slur racist, I find a good response is, quote, tell that to the anti-whites. Amen to that, exactly. When somebody says that when somebody says, "Oh, that's not what that means," racist doesn't just mean white people. Just tell it to the anti-whites, because you're spitting in the wind. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. We're going to jump right over to the great Mr. V is with us, ladies and gentlemen, and the call goes out right now.
Hello, brother.
There he is. How is every little thing, dear brother?
It's going pretty well. I'm very energized. I wasn't feeling that way before, but this weekend was good. I met up with one of our brothers. I talked to him about where we're going here in Canada and Quebec. Shared with him some of the lexicon, and things are moving forward, even in the white sympathetic sphere, slowly but surely. We just have to keep, the low IQ people in the white sympathetic sphere away from the high IQ people, so they're not a bad influence. How's everything going for you, brother?
Oh, I'm so excited, man. I was down at Dixie Fest, over 1,000 folks, and did the live radio show there. People were excited, bringing people over, using the lexicon. And some of the people, they were really using antiquated, self-defeating verbiage that the anti-whites had given them. But just hearing a couple times anti-white, Antiwhiteism, and they were picking it right up, and very grateful to the folks coming up repeatedly to me and thanking me over and over. And I could not have been just more happy than I was to be able to empower them so that they knew. I mean, these people who they realize they see the power in the lexicon, they say, oh my God, I'm going to be able to go out into my world. They're not thinking at first about how good it's going to be for them, because ultimately that's where the most your life changes. But they immediately begin thinking about, I'm going to take this into my circles of influence where I have conversations. I've been losing my whole life. Now I'm suddenly going to be the good guy. I'm going to be on the moral high ground, and this is going to work. And so when these people realize that they put two and two together, they are very grateful. Those are people who are worth having company with. So I am buoyed. I'm excited. And this is going to be a fantastic week. But what's on your mind with the final 2.5 minutes that we have here?
That's great, brother. Every time you go out, you can see that it's a curative contagion. Unlike anything else, nothing gets transferred like this. In the white sympathetic spheres, they use all of these terms and concepts, but they never catch on anywhere outside of the white sympathetic sphere. And mindset is where everything begins. Anyone who's an elite athlete or an elite performer can tell you that mindset is where the victory begins. But yeah, brother, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, yes, precisely. Please continue.
That's it. It's mindset. It changes everything. I mean, imagine being unable to draw the correlation between thoughts and language and the physical world. Sometimes you got to wonder if it's a question of intelligence, and I do definitely think that it is, because every time I talk to people in the white sympathetic sphere, it's the intelligent ones that get it. It's the not so intelligent ones that are telling me, but this guy with the mustache did it, so therefore, Yeah. But yeah, brother, I wanted to ask your questions about the infographic, if you had a chance to look at it, and I have it saved as a project, as a template, so I can make any changes to it. So did you have a chance to look at it, and what are your thoughts on what was written?
I think the only one that I've seen, haven't you done two?
Oh, I did one, but one was blank, because I still had to fill it out, and then I filled it out, and then I sent you the one that was filled out.
Let me see. I think the one that I think I saw one with filled out, and that I liked. So if you've only done one of those, then I was very happy with what I was seeing there. Are you still there? Did I lose you?
Oh no, I'm here, brother. Yeah,
okay.
It's if you just scroll up, it should be there. Yeah, so if you saw the one that was filled out and you read what was there, do you have any feedback on that?
I wish I did at the moment. We'll have to wait until, what we'll do is, I was thinking, I don't know if you heard my idea, but I was thinking that what we should do from now on is have just the entire final hour dedicated to calls. And if there's nobody calling or there's a gap or whatever, then I can just talk with the community and people's live chatting and the like. And that way, if the final hour is just dedicated to callers, we'll have plenty of time to get to everything that we keep running out of time for. So I think that's what we're going to have to do. But I do not have it. In fact, as I'm trying to open the chat segment, it's not allowing me. You're still there, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so it didn't hang up on you. All right, so we'll just have to cover that. We'll just have to get to it. I'll pull it down, or rather load it up to the software for the show, and then we'll have it in place to talk about with the entirety of everybody that's here, and we can get feedback on all of it, because we have to, without question, folks, this, if you don't know already, you need to know, Mr. V is doing something that our race is not known for, and that is he's seeing a brother getting attacked by an entire community of anti-whites of various races, and they're coming after and they banning me on places like Amazon, and then going out to the world and teaching the world that this other GAD person is the originator of these ideas, and they're all abstractionist where he works them. And this champion right here, Mr. V, a brilliant gentleman, has stepped up to take on this liar, this anti-white liar, and that the community that is of anti-whites that is working with him to expose them and to help you all help him to do this vital work. Because if it's not done, our brothers and sisters out there are going to end up coming across going free after having come across Gad Saad's work, and then they're going to think, based on the kinds of things that Gad Saad says, that, oh, this is just a fill-in-the-blank anti-white slur imitation of Gad Saad's great work, when in reality, this was around decades before Gad Saad's book, and not only that, it was on Amazon years before Gad Saad's book. So even before he started writing Gad Saad's book, it was already available for sale on Amazon. So nothing but a liar, and we will be addressing this, and Mr. V is at the forefront of this effort in this project. Remember, you have to participate with Mr. V. We're going to get this stuff up on the website. There'll be a section of the website dedicated to the work he has done, so that you can use that work if you want to become a part of this project. And it's not about, and then I'm going to pass it back to Mr. V for the final words. It's not about just like a vendetta or something against Gad Saad. I couldn't care less about this guy. He could go live in a palace somewhere else. I mean, he's certainly making a palace's worth of money off of his book and white people buying it. And you know he's not going to be using it for White Wellbeing, which is what I use my money for. But it is about getting to our brothers and sisters as quickly and as widespread as we can with the truth about Gad Saad, those efforts, that book, and get going free out there, so that it's in their minds first before they come across Gad Saad. Because honestly, if we don't do what we can do to get this out as quickly as we can for this purpose, I guarantee you, for just this purpose, not talking about the other important reasons, I guarantee you that you will see people in the white sympathetic sphere interviewing Gad Saad. You will see people using his lexicon to discuss what's going on in the world. Final word to you, Mr. V.
Well, the good thing, you're right about this, brother. It's not about a vendetta. And the good thing is that Gad Saad, he does himself in, because everything that he claims to advocate for, he does not advocate for. So you can use his own words, quote unquote, against him, because it's all there. It's all lies and hypocrisy. So it is not about a vendetta. It's about objectivity and making him, holding him to the standards that he claims to have.
Yes.
And it'll be very easy. Once you get on the website, brother, the timestamps are all there. The quotes from the book are all there. It's all broken down. Nobody has to get the book. It's every single bit is broken down for them. And about the white sympathetic sphere, I've made sure to discuss it with people in the white sympathetic sphere, so that they know that God's side attacked you,
God bless you.
and so that they know that we're doing this kind of work. Yeah, so I made sure that the white sympathetic sphere people know, so that even if some of them make the mistake, others will let them know, well, but I heard from this guy that that's not the case. And I did also share that file, the file that I made, with some people in the white sympathetic sphere, so that they have access to it. One final thing, brother, I'm going to send you a quick surprise. Don't mention it because I'm working on the Spanish version of it next.
Oh.
But there's a surprise for you.
Okay.
And thank you so much, brother, for taking the call, and thank you for everything that you do for White Wellbeing.
God bless you. Promethean Hails, champion. We'll talk with you next week.
Promethean Hails, brother.
Bye-bye. Folks, we are completely out of time, but just know this. We might be getting attacked by the likes of Gad Sad and the anti-whites that are working with him, and various races, as I said, and getting attacked from within the white sympathetic spheres from very jealous, very little, very petty people whom we really hope will stop behaving that way. Yes, I'm allowed to caution people about decisions that you are making. You can caution people about me if you'd like, but endeavoring to destroy me is something completely different. Please come away from that. And of course, we are getting attacked by the full-fledged anti-whites out there in the world who just anything that is white positive they want to destroy. And yet, look at this. Look at this. We have already climbed to the top of so many mountains with all of these odds against us. I know that as I march up the mountain's side, as it gets steeper and steeper, that you will be marching with me, that we will stumble, we will skin our knees, we will scuff our hands, but together we're going to continue marching, and we're going to reach that point irrespective of all of the petty, the hateful, the whatever they are trying to prevent us from reaching that mountain's top. We're going to reach it, and we're going to reach it together. And there we are going to look with smiles that have no end, with hearts that have limitless joy on that first of all sunrises, the Western sunrise. I love you all. Let's go free.